Very welcome to Zurich. My name is Christian Portman and I have the honor to welcome you here in this wonderful event. It is the second Cooperative Housing Symposium at Zurich, and I think we would have a very interesting 2 days here. Who is present today? Speakers and participants from all over the world. Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Ireland, Philippines, Japan, UK, and others. Unfortunately, not from Nepal because of visa difficulties, so we are very sad about that. And also, the United Nations organization is here to present, and so we are very glad to have a very interesting audience. Let me say some words about our Association of Housing Cooperatives of Zurich, who is also one of the partners who are inviting you. For more than 102 years, we have a constant commitment to affordable housing here at Zurich, and so this is a good reason to be here in Zurich. We are representing more than 260 members with almost 70,000 flats in Zurich and the surrounding area. But we have all the same challenges like other cooperative housings or the housing cooperatives in all over the world. So we have a housing shortage versus this land price development with a very big challenge. And also, we are thinking about our professionalization in property management of our cooperatives. This is also a very important issue to develop, to come forward with our organizations. And the permanent task is always to keep pace with the social economic development, and so it's also important that we have this exchange from the international audience. What are we doing in our association? Now we are providing statistical basis to have the arguments against the politics, against society, to explain what are we doing. And also we offer facility management services and real estate advice, and so it's also to make stronger cooperatives for build new houses and offer new affordable apartments. And also we had started to launching political activities. It's also a very difficult terrain, you know, and so we have to prepare for that, to establish the public relations and media work, lobbying, and so on. And last but not least, we have to connecting our members, then not all of them are very present in our work. Let me show you or give you a brief look at Zurich's housing cooperatives. In Zurich, this is a small city map. You can see here these green spots, and the red spots represent a lot of affordable housings. The red ones are they of the city of Zurich, and the green ones are the private housing cooperatives. On the area of the city of Zurich, we have around 40,000 flats, and we have 100 housing cooperatives. We are more or less active now. This represents in the market share of housing cooperatives around 23% of all these apartments in Zurich. Is this more or less, or is this not? Is this a good result? It depends on the point of view. If we look over the borders of the city, then we have to constate there's not more than 10% in Zurich, this urban area around the city of Zurich. But this very good we have a long history here in Zurich, in the city of Zurich, and so I give you some impressions about that. It has begun more than 100 years before. For example, we have here a cooperative settlement which was built from the 1920s, and the history has all begun with to make a characteristic courtyard buildings characterize the cityscape. This is an example for a characteristic garden city settlement, and now we are here with a not very representative but very interesting experimental settlement with international appeal, this settlement of the Cooperative of Kalkbreite. I think you know this picture very well. What was very interesting is that in the last 20 years, our branch has grown up with more than 60 persons. This represents also more than 57,000 members in the last 20 years. And so we can say that most of our members were constructing and building a very big amount of flats. And this picture here is also a current construction site of a housing cooperative in Zurich, and it's very representing what are we doing now. One of the very important issues is that we are, I hope so, the most of our members do that, we are sparsam. we will establish apartments with less square meters, and this give us the opportunity to make lower rents. This is the most important thing, I think, to get lower rents than the commercial rents. But also we have a very but the big problem is not away from that, because we have a lot of very expensive high prices for the land. So that was only a short view about our contributions, and so I have now to give special thanks to some people who are responsible for this wonderful event today. This is Manuela Mechler, project manager from ABZ, Ariel Leuenberger, the head of communications of ABZ, and also I saw here Hans Rupp, who was the initiator of this event today. And also we have to thank to Serena Heberli, Deborah Wisley from the Office of Association of Zurich Cooperatives, and also Reto Klink, who is the CEO of this of our association. And now the moment has come to give the parole to Julie Lapalm, the General Secretary of Cooperative Housing International, who will go ahead with the next steps. I thank you very much and wish you a pleasant day. Sorry.
Hello. Do I have to speak? No, I have a speaker. I have a. Is this? Oh, yeah, it's working. Okay. All right. Thank you, Christian. I'm Julie Lapalm, and I'm your MC for today. Hello, Hans. I recognize quite a few faces here, and there's some new people. We have people from the Philippines. Welcome, Demnadar and Kevin. And we have people from the UK, and we have people from Israel, Italy, Belgium. We have people from Hungary and the Netherlands. Oh. And yes, people from everywhere. And we also have people that are watching online on Zoom. So welcome to all those folks that are tuning in today. So I'm your MC for today, and we were meant to meet in April, but there was this little bug going around the world that prevented us from meeting, so we decided to postpone to September. We kept our fingers crossed that we would be able to meet, and here we are. So for those who don't know me, I'm the Secretary General of Cooperative Housing International. We are one of the 8 sectoral organizations of the International Cooperative Alliance, which is the global organization representing all cooperatives. CHI promotes cooperative housing as an economic and social solution to the problem of providing shelter. CHI raises awareness of the potential of cooperative housing by promoting its successes on a global level. We facilitate networking opportunities, such as this symposium today, so that those who are working and living in housing cooperatives from around the globe can bring light to their good practices and discuss key issues. Because cooperative housing is a flexible housing model, you can bring home what you will learn today and adapt it to your local needs. Our hope today is for you to learn, to be inspired, to meet one another, and to grow the movement. We encourage you to ask questions, to talk to one another, and enjoy yourselves. So for the participants that are joining us online, we encourage you to ask questions and provide comments. And we have Michelle from VBJ who is monitoring those questions and those comments. Hello, Michelle. Thank you for doing that. And we will do our best to address those questions. If we don't get to the questions, people can provide their email addresses, and we will do our best to address those questions after the symposium. So it's wonderful to see folks from areas where cooperative housing is not yet established, and who are here to learn and be inspired by those who have successfully developed cooperative housing in their country. And this is why we chose the theme, Growing the Movement. Housing co-ops play a vital role in making our cities community-led, affordable, sustainable, and equitable. Today, we're going to share our success stories so that more people worldwide can enjoy safe, resilient, and sustainable housing. So now just a few practical pieces of information. The washrooms are located at the back through that door at the very back. There are volunteers that are wearing white lanyards. So if you have any questions or any concerns, you can go to one of those folks. We will be serving lunch at noon, from noon until 1. And it will be both buffet style and service, and people can have a seat down here or also go upstairs. Lunch will finish at 1, so we have 15 minutes grace for you to go powder your nose in the bathroom or go grab a cigarette outside, and then we will start again promptly at 1:15. We have a very packed agenda, so we ask you to respect the timelines and to be back in your seats shortly after 1. And we will have a coffee break in the afternoon and at 2:45, and then followed by a networking apéro from 5 to 8. And this is all taking place here. So now to introduce our keynote speaker. Sarika Edwards is the Secretary General of Housing Europe, the European Federation of Public, Social, and Cooperative Housing based in Brussels. Housing Europe is a network of 46 national and regional federations representing about 43,000 public, social, and cooperative housing providers in 25 countries, which translates to around 25 million homes. It is a hub of knowledge and research, an advocate for better regulation, and a champion for affordable housing that is fair, green, and beautiful. SORCA's keynote address will focus on Housing 2030, which is a joint international initiative of housing experts from 56 governments through the UNECE and UN Habitat, and 43,000 affordable home providers and neighborhood developers represented by Housing Europe. It aims to improve the capacity of national and local governments to formulate policies that improve housing affordability and sustainability. So without further ado, I welcome Storka. Let's give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Julie. Oh. I understand I can stand anywhere because we have this the microphone. So maybe just to kick off, to ask who is here from the housing cooperatives themselves. Maybe raise your hand to have a picture. Nice. From academia, we need you guys too. From government, national or local government. Great. I've missed some people from the city itself. Yes. Great. It's nice to have a mix. And please note that I've been given 20 minutes, and I know in Switzerland you are serious about time. So we have to have 10 minutes at the end for a discussion between ourselves and me and reacting to anything that I've put on the screen. So I think, first of all, it's so easy to think, okay, another conference, but a day out of the office, but how important this work is. If we just need a reminder, just last week we were sent an expert from Argentina, from the European Commission, who coming from the Center for Legal Studies and Social Studies there in Buenos Aires. Housing is completely dollarized. They're expecting 100% inflation next year. Most people, there's 37% of people who are already on the poverty line. They have most of the social housing that has been built has been for home ownership. So they have no safety net for tenants, very limited tenant regulation. So I think if we think about those issues and their problems around Europe, around the globe, how important the message that you are sending today to those people, and also exchanging with each other, I think we cannot underestimate just how important this battle is for access to affordable, decent housing in Switzerland, in Europe, globally. And this message from Argentina just made me realize how important this collaboration, this international collaboration is. So thank you so much, Julie, and the Regional Verband, Regional Federation for inviting me along today to take part in this discussion. Indeed, this is one initiative that indeed came from the same spirit that I just outlined. Around 2015, it was quite worrying. We were really looking at the same global trends, especially in big cities, the housing crisis. But the message that was coming from institutions like the World Bank, there was one single solution: build more, you will answer the demand. So build up the supply and you will answer the demand. And us as Housing Europe and organizations like CHI Housing Europe, but also the UNEC Housing Land Management Committee and World Habitat, of course, very frustrating to hear that message, because for years we are working on the complexities of the answer that's needed to the housing system. So that this was a little bit of an answer to this oversimplification that we tend to have. So the market will answer the problems, build more, and you will solve the problem. So what it was quite a simple approach and quite hands-on. So the idea was really to give to those 56 ministries gathered under the UNECE really hands-on practical tool, and I have a couple of copies of the handbook here as well, but it's also all online. Okay, what are the policies that have worked in the UNECE region over the last decades? So I stress not new policies, but what were the policies that have worked to deliver consistently affordable quality housing? So we broke it down into what are the building blocks of a housing system, so the governance, so the regulation, the finance, what are the financing systems, and what are the land, so what systems do we use successfully in the region to ensure we have access to land, to build those affordable and sustainable homes. And we looked around Europe and gathered those in a type of toolbox. So again, all of that is online. You can really go in and access those. There's those 4 topics, so the governance, the finance, the land, and of course the challenge that we all face now, the fact that most of our buildings were built in an era where our awareness of the dangers of CO2 emissions were not broadly known. So how to bring the built environment up to date with the Paris goals. So we brought together those examples by having 4 different conferences, bringing together experts, academia, a little bit like the groups we have in the room today, to gather and hear from the experts who have implemented those policies and to gather them all in one place. Over 1,200 participants joined in, and we had very good leadership, I think, have to say, from Elena Solgayova, who was really the chair of UNECE Housing Land Management Committee at the time, but somebody who was really witnessed this one truth that was pushed to Central and Eastern Europe with the fall of the Soviet Union, that indeed the market will answer the problems. So she was insisting that we should not present a one truth also with this, but just very concrete examples. So not a blueprint, but a toolbox of different policies. And all of that in a very, very beautiful and complex chart, bringing together what are the policies that have worked, for instance, around land policy. This is a crucial, even here in Zurich, we hear about this issue and the link to the cost of land. Often it's over 30-40% of the building price of a new development. And we see tools like community land trust interest in those tools growing, more interest to learn also from countries like Argentina in how to capture the value of that land and not to design our land management policy so that it doesn't indeed increase speculation even more. So on the finance side, we looked, okay, what are the tools that allow the finance to stay in the system? Because again, what we are seeing globally, because of the interest of investors in the housing sector, is an extractive nature. So I use the words there of Saskia Sassen. So she looks at the extractive nature of investment in the housing sector. So what we try to do is look at all of those systems that keep the finance within the sector through regulation, through the introduction of revolving funds, the limited profit rule, for instance, in Austria, which obliges the organization, the Genossen Chapter and the Cooperatives to reinvest, and of course the revolving funds in France, in Denmark. So looking at what are those clever ideas that actually could be implemented with the right political will in different countries. So it's not impossible. So the idea is to recognize, yes, housing it's a difficult area and it's an expensive area. A lot of policies can go wrong. However, you do have clever ideas that can be introduced at a small or a large scale. This was the idea. And then, obviously, for today's session, I wanted to draw from the study. I mean, there's a lot of information there. Some of the conclusions around from the governance part, which really bring home also, I think, a lot of the messages that are at the heart of the cooperative movement in Switzerland and beyond. And that is the role of participant decision-making process, and that is one of the best practices that is promoted within the report. So this idea, obviously, of putting the user at the center. I think it's very easy to say, too easy to say, but I think as many of you here in the room today, it requires quite a skill and experience to really put that into practice, because in housing we have many countries with an overly top-down approach, which often leads to unsustainable policy. So I think we have a lot to learn from the cooperative movement because of your experience in bringing people on board and having this co-decision embedded into how you work. And some of the examples that were taken were indeed the tenant democracy in Denmark. So in the Danish cooperatives, indeed, this is described as a tenants democracy. So the tenants are involved in all of the decision-making in housing estate, apart from who is allowed to enter. So this is not given only to the tenants to decide. And the Swiss and German housing cooperatives were also selected as a best practice in terms of sustainable, inclusive housing models. And later on in the panel, we will also go in a little more detail into that Swiss model. Another example that was given, and I mentioned the mass privatization in Central and Eastern Europe. However, Estonia was one of the outliers there. They actually had worked previously quite a lot with the Swedish cooperatives, and they managed to bring in a home ownership cooperative model in their condominiums, which has allowed them to really forge ahead with the refurbishment process, because they already have this structure in their constitution, bringing in a cooperative of homeowners in each of the blocks. And we see a big difference in the progress being made there, for instance, that compared to other countries in the region where you had the same privatization. Again, the tenants' democracy in Denmark is seen as an excellent example, even down to the children being involved in the design of the playgrounds in new areas. And it's also very successful in terms of the funding. So the funding is also coming partly from the residents themselves, but backed up by a public guarantee and bringing in private investment, indeed, from the market. So, this is really one of the conclusions on the governance side of the report. Is I think that we can really see that cooperatives have to be. Cooperative approach to housing has to be part of the solution to this massive global crisis that we are seeing. But of course, it doesn't come on its own. We can't only rely on people power. We need the right regulatory structures and financing in place to allow those cooperatives to flourish. I want to know how we are doing for time, not to go too far. Okay, we're okay. Yes. So I think this is when we talked about this session. Reto and Julie found it also very important to not pretend everything is perfect. I mean, these are systems, clever systems that have worked. However, we can see that the challenges we are facing now, we are not up to those challenges. Whether that is in Argentina. Or even here in Zurich, we still need to be constantly adapting to the new challenges on the horizon, and that is very, very tiny. But it's just showing, it's showing the price of a 2-bedroom house for an average income person in capital cities compared to income. And we can see, just take Lisbon for an example, it is up at almost 100% of the average income, the price of an average 2-bedroom apartment. And Athens, not far away from that. Just before Budapest, can you read those cities? Oh yeah, maybe yes, you can. So we can see that just on the affordability challenge, we have a lot to tackle, and cities are in have a huge challenge just to be able to make sure their cities remain accessible to students, to key workers, to, let's say, teachers. We're looking at a teachers index now to see how the affordability for teachers is dropping in European cities. And faced with massive investment, so Lisbon also big issue around golden visas being granted, short-term letting, so multiple regulatory challenges that the city did not face well enough for its residents, for its citizens. And in many cases, the regulatory system is not keeping up to date with the pressures from the financialization and from phenomena like short-term letting, which is driving also the financialization. Also, I think this issue of migration, it has very much served to put back on the agenda in the circles we are working at the European level, the issue of housing. So in many countries neighboring Ukraine, there are many of the countries where countries have washed their hands of housing over the last decades. However, this new surge of migration has again made it clear that states have to step in to regulate and to provide affordable and decent housing. So we see this influx from Ukraine causing huge tensions in Europe, even in countries with very established effective systems, because of long existing waiting lists and competition between those who need. Who are on waiting lists for some time and new arrivals. So a growing tension caused by this, and again, the policy being actually proposed coming from the European Union level is that the safe home strategy is to rely very much on the solidarity of individuals to welcome people from fleeing Ukraine into their homes, which of course is excellent and something to be promoted. However, we don't need big community, small government in this case. We need a clear step in from our government to also take responsibility for that. It cannot be pushed to the end of the line, to the individuals each time. And then I think an important point that you wanted to raise, one that's on everyone's mind, on everybody's newspaper at the moment, the rate of inflation. So the latest, indeed, in August, so says February, but in August, the inflation average in Europe has gone up to 10%. In February, it was indeed 5%, so we see the rate going up. And 40% of that is explained by cost of electricity, gas, and household fuels. So again, the pressure going on those households who rely on car for transport, who have inefficient homes, and when we see the price of energy and food, also potentially those with large families as well being hard hit. I finish with some words of hope, because yes, we are facing huge challenge, but we see also that legacy that we have within our movement, within those public, social, and cooperative housing providers. We also see a lot of hope and inspiration coming from the sector and leadership. So that's just an example of the push towards circular economy, in a direction we all need to go in, but where currently the price signals are not right. So this is working only within a pilot. However, the complete reuse of the same materials on the same site on a social housing project there. We also see within the sector more and more moves towards microgrids, local production of energy, sharing of locally renewable locally produced renewable energy within a local district. Again, still a long way to go, because in many cases the grid will not allow us housing providers to use the local grid and to share between buildings. So still a lot of regulatory obstacles we hear from Germany, from Scandinavia, from France. So still some time to go, but we see a big push, good legislation coming through in Italy indeed on that, on this potential to lower people's prices directly through local production of renewable energy. We also see a big push, so we have different reactions to this. So this is a social housing project, but inspired by the Milan, the tower in Milan, vertical forest in Milan. So what's interesting here is that the rent is 620 euros a month. Very different, I think, to the Milan prices, with 10,000 plants integrated. Obviously, it's not an official position from Housing Europe that we go for this, but access to green areas, access, whether that is on the roof, whether that is in local parks around the buildings, becoming increasingly important. COVID really showed that, and now the pressures, of course, on biodiversity and risks of flooding and overheating are showing that this is even more of an issue. And again, so many amazing examples coming through from Swiss cooperatives, but coming through from the sector all over. The student issue, I know you will be touching on that now in Geneva over the next days. Also examples of where the socially driven housing providers conversion of existing buildings for accessible housing for students, and bringing all those together. And of course, we have in the room today also activists bringing hope, also examples. I just included that one from Barcelona, from Matero, the province of Barcelona, where they are diverging from the historical path in Spain, where there is no tradition of rental cooperatives, and establishing one there and getting stirring up a lot of news on that. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't run too much over time. And if we have a little bit of time for questions or discussion between ourselves, we have a couple of minutes. If anybody wants to raise any points or... Yes.
Hello everybody from the online audience. We are with about 25 people online attending this symposium. Our first question is from Pete from France regarding a European resolution adopted on the 21st of January on the affordable housing. He asks how important this resolution is for growing the movement.
Okay, at European level, indeed, we see more of a push from the European Parliament. They have adopted an own initiative report on the right to decent housing for all. We see also, for the first time in 13 years, the housing ministers have met in Nice. With the focal points for housing will also meet again in November under the Czech presidency of the European Union. So we see this resolution is part of a growing recognition at European level of the fact that this is an issue that threatens a lot of the goals of the European Union. If we look at the renovation agenda, so the fact that the continent should be carbon neutral by 2050, this is, they recognize the role of housing there. The care agenda, so looking at aging and the challenge we are faced and the need for adequate housing responses there as well. And of course, as we talked about, the social inclusion within cities. So we see a growing movement and a growing need to exchange between countries, a growing appetite to hear what different member states are doing. However, we must keep in mind that at EU level, there is no direct competence on housing. So a resolution like this will not change that situation. The EU has no competence when it comes to, for instance, rental legislation, when it comes to planning legislation. So this is really up to the local and national level. But what we try to do is ensure at least that we have a coherent approach and that policies that do have an impact, for instance, the Digital Services Act, for instance, which is one that governs the functioning of online platforms and how they are treated within law, for instance, that is something that can, to a certain extent, be impacted at European level, or energy legislation where you have EU competence. So there is a growing movement, but again, the legal competence and where the action really has to happen is very often local and national level. And while we need a coherent approach from Europe, it cannot be an excuse for national governments, local governments not to really step in now and ensure we have a change of direction on housing, and especially support initiatives like the cooperative movement. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Stefan from the Netherlands, and thank you for showing all these nice Dutch examples. I noticed that you showed this slide with the 4 aspects of governance, finance, land, and climate neutral. And after that, you showed 4 or 5 slides about resident involvement. But the resident involvement wasn't really in all your models and tools and policies, only one cell. So if you look at the eco-village movement, for example, you see a lot of focus on collective financing, collective ownership, design involvement, decision-making, community formation, conflict management, but none of that is in your approach. So is this really, in the end, only about green, affordable housing, or is it also about communal living? And what can you do in your tools and policies about that?
Yep, I think that's an excellent point. So the way we looked at it was, what are the systems that are in place and have consistently delivered affordable social housing over the last decades? However, this, and specifically for this conference, actually, I extracted the points which are related to governance, participation of residents, whether they are cooperators or residents, cooperators or tenants, indeed, or homeowners. But I think one of the challenges going forward, indeed, is alienation, loneliness, exclusion, whether that's across the board in many tenures. And I think it is really one of the next frontiers is to draw out those successful co-creation models. And indeed, I think we're going to be visiting some of those tomorrow, the Kalkbreite approach. And also we see others that are not featured there in the Netherlands, if we think of the Space S approach with co-creation, entire projects being planned together with residents, but not yet mainstreamed, because it's still very often perceived as more expensive, taking a longer time, less efficient. So I think we do, when we look at the alienation, the social exclusion, particularly of youth, also aging population, I think one of the next frontiers has to be to draw more from those lessons as we go forward, because yeah, I think this is one of the points. We haven't, with the models that have worked, we are not yet up to the challenges that are facing us, and this co-creation has to be one of those that feeds in. But at the same time, I think the issues around, I'd say the bigger picture issues, the macro issues on regulation of the financial markets, we can't take our eye off that either. So it's a mix. But I really like your point. I think we have time for just one. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning,
Hello.
everyone. Yeah, we come from the Philippines. I and my companion, lawyer, our local legislator. Yeah, again, we are not we don't represent the government of the Philippines, but we come from one city, very young city, General Santos City, which is the home of the 8th division title, Manny Pacquiao. So he is from our town. It's
Manny
just because Manny Pacquiao. We come from his place.
Okay, yeah, I've seen him.
His sister-in-law is our current city mayor. Now, because for the Philippines, this is still very. It's a new concept. This housing cooperative. Now, I'm just wondering, in your invitation, ma'am, have you tried like the national level for the Philippines, or how do you approach countries in inviting? Because we would be happy if there was an invitation to the national level, and then because it's just because of our aggressiveness to help our people. Because of course the Philippines has lots of ISF, informal settlers, and that is one of the priority sectors in our government that we need to help. So I'm just wondering how, if there will be invitations in the future for country level, things like. Thank you.
So this initiative, first of all, I'd love to learn more about the challenges you're facing. This initiative specifically was limited to the UNEC region. However, the UN Habitat is also a partner, which is covering obviously also the constituency where you are based. So I know they see a lot of potential to also draw out some of the lessons and spread the message. But I think this can be perhaps one of the conclusions of the session today, that indeed we cannot limit geographically, but have to find a way to include more areas. And indeed, Cooperative Housing International is doing that as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. We move on to our first discussion, to our first panel. You can stay on stage,
okay.
Because you're moderating. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Sorka, for that great keynote address. And it's a great segue into our first session on developing the cooperative toolbox. It's thanks to sound housing policy and community-led efforts that cooperative housing has seen such success throughout the world. And we want to continue those successes and spread that model in areas that have not developed that housing model yet. So for this panel, we have rounded up some guests from the UNSC, from MOBA Housing, from who else again? The city of Zurich and the Confederation of Cooperative Housing in the UK. So I welcome our panelists to join us on stage, and it will be moderated by Sorka, who you know already. So welcome and enjoy the first panel of the day.
I don't know if it's still activated. Yeah, we had a fascinating call maybe 10, 15 days ago, and I think we're going to have a really interesting conversation today. And again, there is time in the program for questions and discussion. So please, try to note your questions, which we will then look through at the end. As Julie said, we have really, I think, great panel here today, and we're going to look at go in a little bit more in depth into this, how the cooperative movement is manifesting itself in different areas and how it's working successfully, and also some hints and assistance, really practical assistance, coming indeed from our intervention from the UK. So the way we decided to structure it together is that we would start with MOBA Susanna is going to, I hope I get it right, but Susanna Posvai okay, is going to introduce a little bit the successes and the challenges that they are facing in Central and Eastern Europe. So again, bringing this reality check and showing just how important this type of collaboration is. She's going to outline that. Then Blaise, I got it right? Okay, Blaise came over from the UK. Great to meet you in person. And you're going to outline what seems like a really practical tool called Wayshaper. So tools to support the development of cooperatives, either at an advanced stage, but also crucially at a startup phase. Then Karin, coming all the way from Zurich to Zurich, is going to show us a little bit the results of a really successful system, give us the background and illustrate a bit the successes. And Stephanie will jump in and a little bit in the spirit also of Housing 2030 will show, okay, the state is not invisible here, but it's actually having some pretty important rules in place. So, without further ado, please welcome Susanna. You can pronounce your name properly. Yeah. And oh yes, I give you this green button. Let's see. Perfect. I think it's you. Yeah. Great. So thanks a lot.
Where do I target it? Over there? Ah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me like this, or no? I need to like that. Yeah. Okay. So good morning. I am here to present about mobile housing, which is a European cooperative society, so a European scale cooperative in Eastern Europe with members from 5 different countries. And since our discussion is about the cooperative toolbox, I will present the specific tool of MOBA, which is called the MOBA Accelerator or MOBA Finance Accelerator, which I will explain in a bit. And so just to give you a little bit of context to start with, so in Eastern Europe we have this, well, a housing market that is dominated by super home ownership, which of course does not mean that everyone would have a property. It just means that the housing stock is in individual ownership. And so it makes well, shifts in the housing market or access to housing actually very, very difficult to a large part of the population. And there is a lack of regulatory frameworks and institutions for rental and cooperative housing, which I will come back to in a bit. That creates a big lack of knowledge and lack of rules. And housing finance is also only available for individual ownership. And so we recognized with MOBA members this big institutional vacuum, we call it, and see it as an opportunity where we could step into, but at the same time it's also very difficult because it's a non-existing sector in our countries, and so it's hard to well, be the pioneers, let's say, in this way. And so if we think about tangible tools or like a cooperative toolbox, there are a number of things that could help the development of cooperatives in the region, from legal, regulatory to institutional capacity and support, and very importantly, the financial one, and this is what I will now focus on. And this is actually what was one of the main federating aspects of MOBA members initially coming together in 2017, that we recognize that our financial constraints are very, very similar. And so what are these financial constraints? On the one hand, the existing financial tools are actually not available to a very large number of households in Eastern Europe. And existing financial tools for housing are, like, to simplify it, individual mortgages, basically. And so there's a lack of instruments that would be available to housing cooperatives or to any kind of rental housing managers or builders or providers. There's a lack of patient finance, and what do we mean by this very concretely? Loan durations are very short, so you have, well, loans to companies for housing that would be 2-3 years long, very maximum 10 years long. So of course, I think here I don't need to explain that with a 10-year loan you cannot develop affordable housing. And also interest rates are systematically much, much higher than in Switzerland or in Western Europe. This means that, I don't know, even if, like last year, 2 years ago, it was 5–6%, and now in Hungary, for example, the base interest is already at 12% with the unfolding crisis. So it's structurally this very different financial situation. And so this also results for the small cooperatives that are trying to develop. In MOBA, we have one in Budapest and one in Prague, which exist already, and there's a very large reliance on member equity because of these constraints. And so financial actors are not willing to take risks. They're not willing to support pioneers and experimental actors. And since the sector doesn't exist, we only have pioneers and experimental actors. And so our approach is that a housing finance innovation could actually be an enabler for a housing market innovation, and to see finance, not as a constraint, but as a potential enabler. And so this is the mesh that we are looking for in MOBA. And so that will bring me, these are the five cities where MOBA is active at the moment. And so this brings me to our idea, which is the MOBA Housing Accelerator. And we set it up in 2021 as a revolving financial pool, and we received seed funding from ABZ and from Fund Action. And now very, very recently, it looks like we will be able to add some additional seed funding from another grant into this accelerator. And from this, MOBA can give short-term loans to its members. And so now we have 125,000 in it, and we are aiming to increase this to €1 million by the end of next year. And at the same time, we're also doing research this year on the financial gap in Eastern Europe for affordable housing, and we will come out with that report at the end of the year. And so this is a graph, it's a bit shifted, of how we imagine the accelerator to work. And the blue ones are the ones that we already have, that we are practicing already as financial mechanisms. So on the left-hand side, you can see how money comes into the accelerator. And so those are, on the one hand, donations. And that is what we prefer at this initial stage of development. And so these are non-refundable contributions. The second one is shares, which are withdrawable shares, but they do not have an interest on it. And there are some associate members of MOBA, such as World Habitat and Urbamont, who have already contributed these kind of shares. And this is something that we want to further explore from other peer organizations. And then in the future, once we are more stable financially, we will also explore the possibility of bonds, which would be interest-bearing and fixed term. And then on the other side, you can see that going out, you have these revolving loans to MOBA members, and guarantee and direct property acquisition are some things that we want to explore in the future. And so that's just a graph of the scale of where we are now and where we are aiming to get to. And so we are looking for support of actors that would donate or that would subscribe to shares in MOBA. So how will we do this? Those were meant to be steps 1, 2, 3, 4, but now all of them are number 1. So first, peer organizations or allies are invited to donate or to buy withdrawable shares in MOBA. And then through this donation support the developing movement in Eastern Europe. And then the MOBA Accelerator gives out the loans to MOBA members. And then third step, MOBA assesses these, they have the pitch, the MOBA members pitch their projects, and MOBA assesses the financial viability and decides whether they can get the loan. And then MOBA members have to pay an affordable interest on the loan to MOBA, which will cover the operational costs. And these are just a few examples of how this scale of money, which is of course very small compared to how housing projects are being developed here, but just to give you an idea of what these sums of money could help with, 100,000 could pre-finance renovation works, 250,000 could significantly contribute to the down payment and equity of a cooperative. 500,000 would already be enough for purchasing land or a small building. And so there are some safeguards in place. MOBA is trying to ensure that all projects meet the MOBA standard and are viable financially. And we are also keeping a part of the money as a reserve for potential losses. There's a continuous internal capacity building, and we are also trying to attract grants for that, and also to have more work on how to conduct monitoring and evaluation processes. And this is the timeline that we have now. So the next step will be during the winter and spring to have meetings with interested partners. Then we will be collecting contributions, and we hope to launch the new loan cycle of the MOBA Accelerator in about a year. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Susanna. I think we've been tracking indeed the progress of MOBA over the last years, and it's impressive. But maybe just if there's a couple of minutes I think we can take for questions right now, and then we will have more discussion at the end. But maybe if you'd like to just summarize to say what main obstacles and main achievements, let's say, from your work so far. The toughest obstacles, but the main achievements. Sorry, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Now we have the mobile one.
Yeah, so I have been mainly talking about the obstacles, but in the afternoon session there will be Anna Jokic also from MOBA, and she will talk a lot about other work MOBA has been doing. Mm-hmm. But I think our main achievement is, to make it obvious in the international housing community how, raise more awareness about the situation in Eastern Europe and about how this new sector could be developed, because really it's an entirely new sector that has some historical roots and has some institutions that are still existing, but yeah, it's this kind of awareness and relation building, let's say.
Thanks a lot. Are there any other questions you'd like to ask Susanna before we move on? Is that okay for the moment? Fine, so good thinking. So now we're going to go to Blaise. I'm sorry, you're with your colleague Jim also? Sorry about that, yeah? I didn't mention you at the start. And yes, really interesting to hear a bit more about your Way Shaper tool. And the same, yes, the green button.
Morning, everyone. My name's Blaise Lambert. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Confederation of Cooperative Housing. We are the United Kingdom's trade body for housing co-ops. Our smallest member's got one house with 4 people living in it. Our largest member's got 13,500 homes, and so we've got a variety of organisations spanning from one house to quite a lot of houses. We're a federal member of Cooperatives UK, which is the trade body for all of the cooperative economy within the United Kingdom, and a founder member of a joint venture in the UK called Community-Led Homes, which is a partnership we've established with the National Community Land Trust Network, UK Co-Housing and Locality in the last couple of years. We've got 3 core aims as a national body. Firstly, to promote viable forms of cooperative, mutual and community-led housing, nationally, regionally, locally, but also, as I'm doing today, internationally. We also assist organisations, both our long-standing members, and our oldest members go back to the mid-1970s, but also new organisations that are developing right now in the UK to enhance their governance and to deliver excellent services to their members and the communities that they operate within. And we also provide networking opportunities for our 200 members and partners in the UK through running an annual conference. And indeed, our next annual conference is in a couple of weeks' time. Regional events, online forums, webinars, and such things. And then in addition to that, I get to travel around to events like this because I'm also the treasurer of Cooperative Housing International and a board member of the International Cooperative Alliance. So in terms of developing the cooperative toolbox, well, I suppose in the UK we've spent the last 20 years really creating and adding to our toolbox, starting off with some very early work that we did in the late 1990s, creating an initial database of policies and procedures for co-ops, And at that stage, we had about 10 documents that were on our website, very early, basic stuff, really, to where we are now, 20 years later, which is quite a substantial toolbox that we have. We like to refer to this as our centre of excellence. On the right-hand side, that's the cover sheet of our Code of Governance for housing cooperatives and community-led housing organisations. We produced our first Code of Governance for housing co-ops in 2001 in partnership with the National Housing Federation, which is the UK's trade body for all housing associations, and I think is a long-standing member of Housing Europe. We produced detailed guidance documents on governance and management. We have the policy and procedure database that started off as 10 very short documents 20 years ago, is now more than 150 model documents that we provide access to our members and others to, ranging from absolutely everything from how do you organise an emergency repair when somebody's toilet gets blocked, through to detailed policies around how do you run meetings, involve members, build the organisation and such things. We've created 5 sets of model rules for different types of cooperative housing organisation, ranging from tenant management cooperatives that work very much like the Danish example that was introduced earlier on, small ownership co-ops that are governed by general meetings. So a house with 4 people in it doesn't have a board. It has 4 people that meet on a Saturday morning around the kitchen table and talk about their home. Our third set of rules is for the larger organisations. You don't run 13,500 member organisations around the kitchen table on a Saturday morning. You have a fairly complex governance structure. So the third set of model rules is about board or committee-led organisations. Fourth set is leaseholder land cooperatives, enabling homeowners in the UK to take collective ownership of their freeholds. And fifthly, mutual home ownership societies, which is a fairly recent model we've created in partnership initially with one of our main partner organisations, CDS Cooperatives in the UK, but latterly with a number of projects that are actually coming forward. People saying, hey, we want to live like this. We don't want individual home ownership. We don't want expensive private rental. We want some way of living together and building equity. So that's our 5th model rules document, is the Mutual Home Ownership Society. We've created many training and accreditation programmes. Our most recent one for the community-led housing sector in the UK has seen us train over 400 people in the last couple of years. The target we initially had when we pitched for some funding to support this from the UK government was to train 100 people and accredit 60. We've trained over 400 people. We've got a waiting list of another 300 or 400. We've accredited 140 advisors all over the UK who right now are out working on the ground, helping groups, helping communities to develop their own cooperative and community housing projects. We provide a bespoke advisory service for our members. The most recent plank of that is the Retrofit advice service that we've launched this year, giving our members advice and routes to the funding and finance required to do that retrofitting work. Because again, as was said earlier on, many of our members have got properties ranging back, well, into the previous century, beyond the last one indeed, the 19th century, but certainly most properties that were either developed or repurposed in the 1970s and the 1980s, when even the sort of building regulations that we would work to in the last decade seem very outdated, let alone the direction of travel. We have a local authority group that we've established, bringing together local authorities, councils and regional government organisations across the UK to promote cooperative and community housing to them, but also to enable them to work with each other and share good practice. And finally, and this is the bit where I'm going to stop talking and introduce my colleague, we've recently created our Way Shaper Options Planning Toolkit for new startup organisations, enabling them to look at all of the range of options and approaches that they need to consider And right at the moment, we're also working on our Sustainable Development Goals bolt onto the Wayshaper Toolkit as well. So I'm now going to stop talking and introduce you to Jim Holt, my colleague who did virtually all of the heavy lifting on creating Wayshaper, to allow him to talk about the process that we went through there and what Wayshaper is. I would say that I have a sheet with me with lots of QR codes on them that link to many of the resources that I very briefly talked about today, as does my colleague Jane Cameron, who's sitting over there in the second row. If you want to take a look at any of these resources, just come and see either of us. Get your phone out, your tablet, scan on the QR codes. They'll take you straight through to them. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Jim.
Hello.
Green button.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wayshaper. I come from a design background, and with a group of others, we co-founded an intentional community in London a few years ago, which no longer exists. And I took part in training as an accredited advisor with Blaze and community-led homes. So I kind of think of myself as an ethnographic product designer in this role, having sort of lived experience and also trained experience or training. And it was during one of those training sessions, and also through the act of putting a co-housing group together, which I was also part of, that it became apparent that there are a lot of interconnected decisions that have to be made when creating a community-led housing group model. So this is essentially the toolkit for decision making. It comes in two flavors, and I'll talk about why in a minute. It's essentially, though, a set of cards for one workshop, a much bigger set of cards for another workshop, and online resources. The key insight, as I mentioned, was that when planning a community-led housing group, whether that's a co-op or any other form of community-led housing, is that decisions can be made and taken which you may find out a year later were not a good decision based on the fact that they couldn't contradict other or be incompatible with other choices. And it was through one of these training sessions where I thought we need to find some way of cutting through that and preventing that drag. And as I say, my experience with a community-led housing group, it took a long time to work out how we might organise our finance, how we might structure ourselves from a governance perspective, and what the implications were between those choices. So just really simplifying down the aims, we wanted to simplify the process and accelerate it. The quicker we could get our group moving, or the quicker other groups could get moving, the quicker they can build homes, and the more homes can be put into the supply chain or supply system. So started out with some research. There was some initial thoughts on what this might look like. Initially, I come from a digital background, and I thought, oh, it's probably digital, but I also enjoy working in print and physical things. But rather than trying to suppose any of these things, we went into a reasonably long research period, which actually took place as the pandemic hit. So most of the research was done on Zoom. Hence the reason for a small toolkit, which can be used by groups on Zoom calls, and the large toolkit, which can be used by groups sitting around a table. The initial survey went out to a whole bunch of groups, and 44 decided to reply. And that was really just to understand the key sort of difficulties they go through, whether there's any commonalities with groups and how they go about forming themselves. We also spoke to advisors who were working with those groups, and then went into in-depth interviews. So we interviewed a group that was just forming, that really had very scant understanding of what they were doing, as well as groups that had lived together for many years and had to build their properties already, and they were already engaged in, sort of longer term activity. And then through that came up with the card system as a way of presenting this toolkit, and tested that with various different groups, and then iterated and improved that. Some of the findings that came out of that research that, as I mentioned before, piecemeal decision making, so making a decision about where you're going to get your money and then realizing in 6 months' time that that's going to prevent a whole other set of decisions being made. Tendency to groups to copy others, Lilac in the UK, hailed by many groups, and everyone wants to do a Lilac because it's so amazing and so successful, but without looking at all the other potential routes that they could take that might be more appropriate for their aims. Oh, and just to say, this toolkit really comes after the initial visioning process, so it doesn't really help with a group deciding what their vision is. It helps them beyond that so that they can actually put that vision into practice. And then in many cases, some groups had not even considered certain aspects, so long-term planning being the main one, which only came into play sometime after they'd all moved in together and got their houses running. And I call this holistic planning. So one thing that I noticed in the co-housing group that I was part of was how participative it was. There was only 8 or 9 of us, but we were all participative, and that didn't always seem to be the case. In some of the interviews that I carried out, not everyone would have been as involved. Partly because of perhaps a lack of time, a lack of energy. I remember one person in our group who had she was a single mum with a young child. Her time was extremely limited, and yet she desperately wanted to be in the participatory process, and so we would work around how to do that. But that was really key to this: is how can we bring everyone into the planning, exploration, so showing the full range of options that are available rather than just the ones that people have heard about from another group, and then providing information so that while this is essentially a simple entry-level toolkit, we provided online resources beyond that so that people could go into more depth. So how it works. There's two workshop stages in this. The first one is using the smaller set of cards or the narrow set of cards, which talks about the group's priorities, where they can work out what is important to them. And again, there's no one consistent answer to this between all the groups we looked at. Some of them it was about a particular site they'd found. Others it was about a particular way they wanted to live as an intentional community. And so it just gives an option for groups to enter into the process from their own particular approach. And then once they've done that, there's a larger set of cards of all the options that you could take around those different priorities. So the group priorities workshop, 16 cards. You've got some of the topics there that they cover. I mentioned long-term management, which no one seems to have thought about in their planning, but that's in there, as well as things like who's going to live there, what's the organizing principle, where's the money going to come from. The first step of, these are some examples of some of those cards. So as you'll see, some of them are quite general. So, does the group have a vision? Is it going to perhaps preclude certain people joining? Others are a little bit more technical. So the finance question, it might suggest different finance models. And you're already seeing things there that people would say, well, what is that? So they're already going to have to do some research, but it at least informs them of particular options that might not have been on the table initially. The first job or first set of workshops that might be done, and this could take several workshops, is to take those priority cards and organize them into their priorities. And we roughly break them into 3 groups. So A is everything that they've decided upon. Maybe they've already got a piece of land, so that's number 1 priority already taken care of. B is the things that are still important, and C is the stuff that they're not really sure about, so they'll leave that till later, but certainly has to be taken into account. Once that's been completed, essentially that process as well, it's about having everyone around a table discussing those things and working out what's important to them. So there is much conversation prompts as anything, and to bring things up which may not have been considered or which may produce some more strong views or stronger views than anyone would have assumed. So there can be a sort of an argumentative process in that as well, as much as anything. So the group options workshop, you're taking the top line there, which are those cards I just mentioned, and then the 70 options cards below. That occupies quite a bit of space. I'll set the cards up somewhere today so you can see how they look, but that's a large table, hence the small version for if you're doing this at home on your own on a Zoom call and you're collaborating with 5 or 6 other members over Zoom, you could lay these out on a bed, for instance. Which often people did in our prototyping testing sessions. We got to see everyone's bedrooms. So working through the priorities. So priority number 1 relates to a series of cards. So what we're looking at there is the finance card, and it relates to, I think that's 7 finance cards in the options. I'll just show you what those are. So the finance card is, does the group have a particular model? And these are the various options that would be available at the moment in the UK. So this is a UK-centric toolkit for the moment, where we're talking about expanding for that. And this would then provoke a discussion that would go on with the group. You'll see that on the lower right-hand corner, there's a QR code. I've spent most of my career as a designer telling people not to use QR codes because they're always not well used. But in this case, it was perfect. So anyone in the group, if they have a camera phone, could point it at that QR code and bring up a web page and instantly gain some more information. There's a series of icons on the left. So green indicates things. This is a really good match for what you're looking at. Amber is to say, just be considerate of these other points that may come up. And then below that, you'll see incompatible options. So essentially, there's a set of red numbers there, which are cards, which if you chose cross subsidies through mixed-use development, maybe you want to set up a cafe or a yoga school within your development to generate some revenue, you would then automatically void these other options. So if you also decided that you wanted to be a tenant management organization, well, you wouldn't be able to do that. And so it presents quite quickly where those roadblocks might occur further down, and you can then reevaluate the finance question and say, does that match our longer term goals? Does that match our wider understanding of what we'd like to do? And in some cases, it might be a case of having to try 2 different cards, running this workshop twice and say, well, let's try 2 different avenues and see how we progress with that. So this shows the set of options cards with those particular ones that were ruled out, removed from play. They're essentially out of the game now, and you move on to your next option, your next priority in the category A set. And you would work through all of those particular priorities until you'd got a set of cards that look something like that. This might take weeks, months. At the end of each session, you take a photograph of your cards, or you make notes of where they are so that you can relay them out at the start of each session. You might want to reverse some decisions, so it's a good idea to take an image of each step along the way so that you can reverse a decision and go back down the tree. And this option, it really kind of provides an option for groups to work through in a fairly fast and furious way. So one thing we like to promote is perhaps don't get too bogged down in the detail, but flesh out a few plans, look at where they might end up. At least use it as a discussion point, at least use it to raise the arguments that might occur within the group about how you want to approach your group plan. So it's run on a 12-month subscription. The reason we do that is because we want to be able to keep this up to date. So as legislation changes, we want to be able to reflect that in the cards. So anyone buying a 12-month subscription would then be instantly automatically updated with new cards as and when they're prepared. So that's something that we've taken on. And we're in discussion with organizations in Canada, New Zealand, Wales. So we're looking at multi-language toolkits. We're looking at how the legislation would vary in those different places as well. And as Blaise mentioned as well, we're also looking at sustainable homes. So while this toolkit is designed to help a group organize themselves structurally in terms of before building their homes, we're now turning our attention to how they can do either a retrofit or a new build in a more sustainable way. And that would be from the point of view of their organization. So is inclusivity, is equity, is diversity within the organization, also from the point of view of the built environment, so materials, building processes, things like passive house, right through to the day-to-day living. So how do a group of people want to live? And so that would be the add-on to this. And in some way, maybe it would be nice at some point to go back to the visioning stage as well. It'd be like the Star Wars prequel, where we'll do that after. But actually look at how a group can vision as well at an earlier stage before this takes place. And these are some of the feedback. So it's been in circulation since last year. Groups and advisors tend to buy their subscription just when they need it, because they know they've got a 12-month period in which to use it. So it sort of trickles out, and I think we've got about half the accredited advisors using it in the UK at the moment. But the feedback we've got reflects what we'd intended to and what we'd hoped to achieve from that. You can contact us on the email at the bottom there. We're on Twitter and Facebook if you want to follow us there. And if anyone wants to look at the cards later, I'm happy to go through them. As I say, maybe we can find a table to lay them out. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Thanks a lot, Blaise and Jim. It's a huge amount of work and wealth of information. I think we should maybe take, if there's a couple of questions now, any reactions that you would like to make. Just one of my thoughts was, you mentioned, for instance, the CLT, so-called CLT, that came from the US, now to the UK, now being used also in Belgium, France, so community land trusts, a way of separating so making sure that the land is not subject to speculation, separating the value of the homes from the land, but quite a specific term, let's say. And I was speaking to colleagues from APZ, the cooperative here last night, and indeed their cost rental model is the same. So the cost rental model here is the same principles as the CLT. So my point is, getting there, you have different terms, different legislation, different contexts. How useful or how adaptable would this tool be? So there you have designed it for the English or UK? So the UK, it's the UK picture. UK, so not just England.
Yeah, UK.
So let's say, take for instance, Hungary. How adaptable is it? How much work would have to be done to adapt to that, or to the Philippines reality, let's say?
I mean, we see the community land trust model coming into this in two different option areas. So firstly, for me, it is a question of land ownership. So within the cards about essentially who owns the land, is the land owned by the group? Is the land owned by somebody else? Yeah. Now, a particular form of holding land is a community land trust. In the same way, moving then to the second area where this comes in, which is what I call the brands, it's like, well, in the UK, you can hold land as a community organisation in a community land trust model. You can hold it as a development trust. You can hold it as an ownership cooperative. So much in the same way as you talked about with the Swiss example, there are lots of different terminologies and ways of doing exactly the same thing, which is about holding land in some sort of ring-fence situation where you lock value in and you don't allow value uplift to escape out of the ownership model. How adaptable is the toolkit to different environments? Well, the options are the options. The difference is the specific legal and regulatory detail that sits behind the option. So in the UK, what are the legal structures for holding land? Well, they will be defined within UK company and cooperative and community benefit law in different, and that would be the detail behind the QR codes on the cards. So when we're looking at partnering in other countries, it's about the detail, the resource, the information behind the QR code where the difference is, whereas the basic principle of how you hold ownership of land between it's held in a community structure that locks it in, or it's held by the government or regional government or a private landowner and then you manage on behalf of them, is consistent. So we see the adaptability of this being pretty straightforward around the basic options and the toolkit, but obviously where we spent a lot of time in lockdown, and it was during lockdown that the two of us did most of the work in this, was creating the content that sits behind the QR codes, the actual resource itself, which extended to videos, written case studies, all sorts of additionality that will be specific to different territories.
I think those case studies will be key. Do you want to add something, Jim?
No, yeah, just to say, the case studies in particular, they feel important because a lot of groups that I spoke to, and I think you touched on it earlier, is how do we, I can't remember how you put it now, but groups seem really interested in each other and really interested to meet each other and really interested to exchange. And when I visited co-housing groups, it's been incredibly inspiring and energizing. And I think having the case studies goes a certain way, but what would be really interesting is how to develop some sort of forum sorry, it's off the question that you asked, but yeah, some forum for groups to exchange ideas and to share knowledge.
I think this contact peer-to-peer looks like a crucial element. Another question I had, if nobody else wants to jump in, is so the tool is useful for, let's say, a very small group who want to establish a cooperative, but also for even established ones, like we mentioned, like here in Zurich, potentially, Abed said, or Kalbreite. So can you describe a little bit how you would assist a very established cooperative, and how you would, or how the Toolbox would assist just a group of people who come together and, as you say, realize they don't want ownership, they want something else?
Well, one of the option areas is what we call the delivery model. So one of the delivery options is a new startup group. One of the delivery options is an existing organisation that's in the housing sector. One of the delivery options is an existing organisation that's not in the housing sector. So it might be, some other form of third sector service that it's in, like social care or education, and it wishes to move into housing. And then the fourth option around the delivery option is about what we call the developer or an enabler-led process. Now, many of the existing housing co-ops in the UK were built by housing associations. They were built by developers who wanted to create co-ops and then essentially turned over the ownership or management when the homes were built. That's what we mean by a developer or an enabler-led approach. So again, that's one of the areas you'd look at. Is this a new startup? Is it an existing organisation of one type or another? Or is it somebody else who's doing this because they want to build co-ops or they want to build community organisations?
A lot of different contexts there. And yeah, I think very interesting. You come back again to this point of locking in value and capturing uplift, so capturing profit, which was indeed also, when we looked at the bigger systems, it's one of the objectives, but yet one of the major challenges we face in local cooperatives, but also nationally. So really.
Well, if I could say something very quickly about the mutual home ownership society model in the UK.
Yeah.
So
mutual home ownership
societies. So we've got two policies in the past in the UK from the 1980s and the 1990s that created an entry point of affordability for people at the first point of entry. The Margaret Thatcher's Right to Buy scheme of the 1980s was great for the people that bought in first. They got a heavily discounted home, but in 3 years they were able to sell it into the market. They stripped all the uplift in value out for themselves, and then it just became another market property. In the 1990s, housing associations in the UK started creating shared ownership, which again allowed people to equity staircase. But again, for the first entrance, it provided an access to affordable housing and equity staircasing. But again, beyond that first entrant, it just became market housing. Whereas what the Mutual Home Ownership Society model looks to do is to share the uplift in value between the individual and the mutual society. So some of the uplift is locked in to the society. So over time, that compounds the affordability that's locked into the thing. And we've got a lot of groups that are coming forward right now looking at that, saying, look, nobody wants to put their own money into something where they lose money. So the idea that all of the uplift in value is kept by the society, the organisation, and the individual gets nothing when they're putting their own money, building their own equity doesn't work for them. But they don't want to strip all of the value uplift out. They want to be able to leave some of that value behind for the next generation of people coming into it. And as I say, particularly in the younger generation, we've got a lot of groups that are now beginning to look at that as an alternative form of allowing people to build equity, but not just walk away with all the uplift.
Fascinating, the different models. And I think it does give hope, because we talked about this big issue of speculation in the sector, investment in the sector, but these type of local initiatives actually do help also to tackle that from the ground up, this type of regulations. Great. Sorry, you wanted to? Sorry. Yes. Rosanna and also the lady here.
Yes.
Maybe introduce
Thanks.
yourself. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Just a very practical question. If this
yourself,
tool
Rosa?
is...
You want to
Sorry?
introduce yourself first?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm the president of Lega Coop Abitante, which is the National Social Housing Cooperative Association in Italy. And so this was very inspiring, very, very interesting. We have some similar tools in Italy too. We were commenting with my colleague. But I was wondering whether this Wayshaper is an open source tool, or how we could transfer it in Italy, how much you think it's complicated to translate it and so on. So 2 questions, if it's open source and...
Okay, maybe we have another question here we can take as well. Just there beside you, Ariel.
Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you for the presentation. So actually I've seen already other decision-making tools like this with cards, for example, one in Spain from La Colle, or also in Italy there's an association that already made something like this. So I was wondering what is the innovation, why you feel the need to do the Wayshaper? Is this something that you feel it was missing? Thank you.
Is that still on? Yeah. I spend quite a lot of time looking for toolkits online because I'm always interested in what other people are doing as a designer since doing this. I haven't come across many. I bought an Eco Villages card set a few months ago, which is a sort of broader discussion. But I haven't come, so I'd love to see those. So it's ignorance rather than anything else that just meant that I kind of opted to do this rather than buy into something else. In terms of it translating to other languages, we've looked at that. We've looked at what it would take to make a dual language for Wales and also for in French in Canada. It's a small technical thing to get over, really. I think the harder part is to have on-the-ground understanding of the legislation and the rules in a certain country, and that's where local knowledge would really be tapped into in order to do that. So hopefully we'll be launching this in Canada, and we'll be making use of their local expertise there in a collaborative effort. But I'd love to know more about the ones that you found, because I'm always interested to see what's out there. And I'm a great believer in not making things twice. If it's already existing, don't make it again, you know. And your question about open source, so Blaise will probably have more interesting thoughts on how, you know, the revenue part of this. But there's a certain amount of expenditure that's gone into creating it. I guess at some point in the future, when it's recovered that, there might be some way of approaching that, but Blaise will have thoughts. Your other question slips me.
Translating,
yes, I think I'll select, yeah. So we're very keen to if it doesn't exist in another country already, and if there isn't something that's already completely viable and useful, we're very keen to develop it for other countries, and also to continue the development of the toolkit. Each time we make it, we'll be able to readdress it and iterate it and improve it, because it's with use by people out there that we get feedback and we understand how it could be improved or added to. So really keen to see it have more life and grow out there. But Blaise will talk about open source, I think.
I mean, what we've tried to do in creating this product is keep it as low cost for the end user as we possibly can do. I mean, obviously, as Jim says, you know, we've invested fairly significant sums of our own funds in creating the toolkit, and particularly the technology that enables it. We've invested very large amounts of our own resource from our database of policies and procedures, creating video content and such things. We license for 12 months to users in the UK for around about €300 a year. And for that, they get access, you know, they get the toolkits themselves, but they get all the resource that sits behind it and the ongoing updates and the back office IT support that goes behind this as well. With individual countries, you know, we're looking at a low-cost franchise model. So essentially, you know, most of the cost would go into creating the web-based facilities that sit behind the QR codes where your country's resource would be loaded onto, so that, you know, essentially there's 70 different web pages for the 70 options cards that have resource relating to that card on them. So there'd be a cost in creating that, not the framework because it exists, but populating it with your country's resource and information and links to your government websites and regulatory information and such things. So there's some money to recover there, not large amounts, but then we'd look to factor that into a franchise cost. But again, you know, for us, you know, we're a not-for-profit organisation, but we're also a not-for-loss organisation. So, you know, for me, you know, cooperative enterprise is not about losing money and going out of business, but it's also not about maximising profit and extracting profit for external shareholders or somebody else. So it's a conversation we'd have, but we'd certainly not be looking to overprice the thing, let's put it that way.
Just a note.
Thanks a lot, Blaise.
So just a quick note on that price. So Blaise quoted about €300, including VAT. That's the price that it would be sold to an accredited advisor who is able to use it as a business tool. Any group wanting to buy it will be able to buy it for €50, but they do that through the mechanism of obtaining a free voucher from an advisor. So we're really aiming to support the advisors, enable groups to get hold of this, but at some point, every group, at some stage along the way, they're probably going to need some advice, whether that's from an advisor or from a legal professional. They're going to need some advice, and it really helps a group to diagnose which parts they're very familiar and comfortable with and which parts they're not familiar and comfortable with. So we think the €50 thereabouts, including VAT, that makes it much more accessible for a group of people to buy in. And as I say, if they wanted to have 10 kits because they all want to stay at home and do it on Zoom, they can buy these for €5. So once they've bought into one toolkit. So we tried to ladder it so that it's accessible but sustainable at the same time as a business, well, as a resource that we can continue to make.
Great.
I just wanted to make a small comment linking, well, Blaise is one of Blaise's contributions to my presentation about what you were saying on the mutual ownership societies and the CLTs and how, well, you were talking more about the governance and decision-making process, but I still think it's like important to highlight this kind of spectrum between the rental-based and right-to-use and the mutual ownership models. And yes, if you leave like a part of the value in the cooperative or in the mutual ownership society, it will be more affordable for the next generation of owners. But still, like in the beginning, of course, these are accessible to inhabitants with more resources. And this is something that we are struggling with a lot from the financial aspect. And that's why in the MOBA model, we are working with rental cooperatives and right-to-use cooperatives, or that's what we are trying to develop, because well, because of this recognition that that it's probably these social groups who would otherwise not be able to access individual ownership. So I think our impression is that mutual ownership structures are more attractive because of the co-housing aspect and out of some kind of ideological concern. And then the more you move towards the right to use or the rental end of this spectrum, the more it's an affordability question for the members. And that's why it's, but at the same time, we're kind of juggling between these different models because finance that is available currently, in our case, is more towards this ownership end of the spectrum. And so yeah, and then all of these questions of how you deliberate and how people who put in their money will not lose value on their money, and how you disentangle these discussions, they come in much more intensely, I think, than when you expect less contributions.
Sorry, thanks a lot. I think, are you going to be staying around after the panel, all of you? So I think a lot of conversations to continue, but indeed, this aspect of target groups for different models, it comes up very often. And now we're going to go to hear from Zurich, indeed, where the right of occupancy model is actually serving the needs of a very different, very wide range of income, and is the choice of many people. And you're aiming to have, if I understood correctly, up to 30% of that model in the city by 2050. So I'm really looking forward now to hear from Karen Vasella. Please welcome to the podium, if you want. To learn more about the city we are in. Before, many people will see the projects in person tomorrow, but now we're going to hear the information behind. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to give you a short insight into our activities and the current instruments of housing promotion of the city of Zurich. My name is Karen Vasella. Thanks, Warka. I'm head of the city's Office of Nonprofit Housing, and we are currently 8 staff members. First, I would like to present our office for nonprofit housing and our main tasks, and then we have a look at Zurich's housing policy, followed by an explanation of our current housing promotion instruments. You see a picture of the city administration. Our office is part of the department secretariat, which forms the staff of the head of the Department of Finance. Our office is the central information and contact point for all issues relating to non-profit housing in the city of Zurich. So we are involved in political projects, which are the implementation of projects of the City Council with a strategic focus on housing, the collaboration in the implementation to achieve the 1/3 target, Sorka mentioned, which I'm going to explain later, where here we are part of the staff of the housing delegation of the City Council, and the processing of political proposals and initiatives in the context of housing promotion. Our office is the central information and contact point for all issues relating to non-profit housing in the city of Zurich. So we are involved in... Okay. We are also responsible for the housing promotion. This means we handle the application for housing funding and subsidies from the city and canton of Zurich. So we processed applications for funding and subsidies for non-profit housing. These are the subsidy loans, the residual financing loans, and the participation of share capital. We organize the request for credits, so-called framework credits, and we calculate land values for building lease. We do also inspections. During the runtime of the mentioned funding, we are responsible to check if the tenants of the subsidized apartments fulfill the requirements. And we audit the annual financial statements and compliance with cost rental for all supported housing cooperatives. The cost rental has to be calculated according to a specific formula of the city of Zurich. And we coordinate the representatives in management boards. If a housing corporation receives funding from the city of Zurich, the city has the option to send a representative to the management board of the organization. Our office is responsible for the election proposal of the city representatives in management boards and the introduction and the support of the representatives, and we encourage the exchange in urban housing promotion topics with and between them. Now we have a look at the development of the housing policy in Zurich. In order to understand non-profit housing funding, and in particular subsidized housing construction, it's worth to take a look back. The origin of urban housing subsidies lies in great immigration to the cities, which began in the mid-19th century and led to massive social unrest, especially in the beginning of the 20th century. The housing situation was very bad and included almost unaffordable high rents for workers, massive overcrowding, and due to poor sanitary facilities, also catastrophic health effects and high infant mortality in these neighborhoods. Slums, social unrest, and strikes led to the first social housing projects. The housing shortage was a major political issue at the beginning of the 20th century. To calm the situation, the city parliament has decided to support the housing market in the construction of healthy, affordable apartments for workers and homeless people. You see on the left-hand side the first municipal housing estate, Limmat 1. Parallel to the trade union organizations, the Social Democratic Party grew as a political arm of the labor movement. Emil Klöti, on the right-hand side here, who had been a member of the City Council for the Social Democratic Party since 1907, was a visionary and advocated cooperative housing construction. The city pursued an active land policy and purchased much of undeveloped land. Such undeveloped land and remote meadowland could be purchased for less than 1 Swiss francs per square meter. Centrally located land was about 500 times more expensive at that time than agricultural land on the periphery. Oh no, sorry, back.
The red one, yeah.
Okay. In 1924, on July 9th, the City Parliament of Zurich decided the following steps to promote non-profit housing in the city of Zurich: selling and long-term lease of land for non-profit housing development, giving loans, buying of participation certificates or shares. These principles 24, like we call it them, Principle 24, form the legal basis for the land grant in building rights, the granting of loans, and the city's equity investments in the share capital of housing cooperatives. In 1943, the first housing campaign was launched. This framework credit, called Housing Development Actions, in German Wohnbauaktionen, is used to grant interest-free loans or contributions for rent reduction, from which benefit exclusively households with low incomes and assets. Since 1943, the city of Zurich has approved 469 million Swiss francs for such subsidizations of rents for low-income households through these credits. Of these loans financial contributions, 227 million Swiss francs have been paid back, while around 240 or 42 Swiss francs are still in effective use. In 2011, the city population agreed to a wider support of affordable housing and set a specific goal to achieve. The main focus lies on the conservation and promotion of affordable housing and business premises, a social mix in all districts and neighborhoods, ecologically exemplary apartments and business premises, apartments in particular for families and older people, promotion of subsidized apartments for lower incomes, and increase the proportion of apartments by not-for-profit housing organizations from about a quarter nowadays to a third of all rental apartments until 2050. This is called the 1/3 target, or Drittelsziel. Reporting every 4 years from City Council to City Parliament. Now we focus on housing policy in Zurich today. Since the turn of the millennium, due to high demand, land prices and rents have risen enormously in the city. A large part of the population can hardly find affordable housing, and they have to leave the neighborhood or even the city. A well-balanced and sustainable mix of the population in the neighborhood is at risk. To react on the situation and to realize the goals set in 2011, the City Council launched so-called housing program in 2012 and renewed it in 2017. The program defines 3 targets, 4 directions, and 23 actions. The targets of the housing program are attractive residential city for all social strata and all ages, good social mix in all neighborhoods to maintain the basis for social political stability and a high quality of life. Collaborative partnerships and dialogue with all relevant players in the housing market. This means with cooperatives and also private investors in the housing sector. The main focus to realize these targets lies on more cooperative and municipal housing to achieve the 1/3 target.
It's fine.
So, this is a section from the last reporting of 2020. The years evaluated are through 2016 to 2019. In particular, the increase from about a quarter to a third of all rental housing today is enormously challenging in the current low interest rate environments and exorbitant market prices for land and buildings. The next reporting period covers the year 2020. Oh, sorry, goes back, yeah. The next reporting period covers the years 2020 until 2023. The actual forecast shows a slight decrease, while the share of the residents in non-profit housing is already a third. We have a look on the existing tools of for housing promotion of the city of Zurich. First of all, is the most important is ownership. Buying land or land purchase is one of the first and most important, the most powerful goal. Then realize municipal apartments. We have nowadays around 10,000 units. Found and support municipal foundations. Municipal foundations have around 4,000 units today. We have also urban planning tools. This is the zoning plan with a residential share plan, specific use plans, urban planning contracts, and a new tool is now in discussion. It's the implementation for the promotion of affordable housing, which means more utilization of the plot leads to a requirement for affordable housing. But our focus is clearly on financial support. Consistent financial funding takes place in various important levels. Giving away land in building rights at non-profit value, then residual financing loans from the municipal pension fund from 61% to 94% of the investment. Participation of share capital means that the city is a shareholder of the housing cooperative. This gives the city the right to vote and the representation in the management board. Subsidies for the city and the state, from the city and the state for implementing social housing for lower income households, and also a new municipal housing fund for contributions to land and building prices is now in discussion in the Commission of the City Parliament. Now I would like to give you a better insight into 2 of these financial instruments, to the subsidy loan, which is on the right-hand side done, and the building lease. The city subsidizes currently 6,700 apartments. Subsidized apartments are structurally the same as self-supporting apartments, but their rents are lowered through interest-free loans. So the apartments are reserved exclusively for people with low income. That's why the renting of the apartments has to follow specific rules, which are residence requirements and also strict occupancy requirements, as well as income and asset guidelines applied to the residents. The fulfillment of these requirements is reviewed regularly by our Office of Non-Profit Housing every 2 years. We look on the instrument of building lease. Long-term right to build on public land. The calculation of public lease interest is based on a real investment cost instead of a market value. So it's a non-profit value. Standard contractual conditions is the coast rental that must be calculated with the formula of the City of Zurich, limited investment cost and minimal surfaces. It's according to the cantonal law of the housing promotion. Then occupancy requirements, number of room minus 1 equals number of persons. Social housing requirements, usually a third must be subsidized housing. And architectural competition organized by the City of Zurich, and sustainable construction, and also other requirements. At the end, I'd like to show you a very good example where we were able to support the realization with different financial support instruments. This is the Cooperative with their first project, Cooperative. We had here a building lease, we had residual financing loans, we have share capital, a contribution for youth housing credits. These are loans similar to subsidy loans, but exclusively for housing for young people following an education. And we have 11 apartments supported by subsidy loan. The City of Zurich has a long tradition of housing promotion. The instruments are designed to support good, social and sustainable housing. The aim is to promote quality growth of the City of Zurich. It's important that we ensure that the social mix is maintained despite all the pressure of growth. The popularity of our city, the various neighborhoods and a healthy social mix must be preserved. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think there's a lot of jealous people in the room, including myself. My home city, Dublin, would have a lot to learn from that. A really inspiring story, but also, I think, interesting to hear that even a country which has had this constant political support is needing to take quite radical action now because of the price of land and the investment pressures. So you see that it's the problem, you can never tick the box. It's constantly in flux. Very interesting. Just maybe to sum up, you gave a lot of information. What do you think is the one most important role of the city?
I think the most important role of the city is to support all kind of instruments, also to create new instruments for the actual situation, also with this high rise, these land prices. So that's why the new fund is in this question. The new instrument of the Wohnraumfonds.
Yeah, the fund. Yeah.
Genau.
Yeah. Are there other questions from the audience before we move on? Because there's a lot of information there. Really good. Yes, from. from this gentleman here, if we have a microphone, and also this lady. You already have it. Yes, here. Maybe you want to start while we give this gentleman.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I'm here. Thank you very much for all the infos that you gave us and for the great job you're doing in these cities. And yes, me too. I'm very jealous of what you're doing in here. And congratulations. And I think it's very hard. It has been very hard, and it will be very hard. My question is, what is the level of collaboration among the municipality and the cooperatives that works in the city? I mean, have you developed any tools, any round table, any tools that you are using and they are meaningful in the developing of the cooperatives? Thanks.
Actually, we have a lot of very old tools or like long-term in long-term use, and I think now the challenging is to bring them in a new in an actual
update.
In an update, to update them. And in this part, we also have a lot of exchange with collaborative housing collaboratives, and also with housing Verband. I don't know the word in English.
Federation.
The federation.
The regional city housing federation.
Because I think it must be there must be tools to help to support, and so it's crucial to be in contact that could be this goal can be aimed.
I think this point of having the strong federation to make this link to constantly take the messages from the cooperatives, pass them to the city is crucial. I know in here you have the region, but you also, there's a representative, there's also a national Swiss federation as well, which does the same role, but bringing together, I think there's a lady representing them, yes, Rebecca, yes, and yeah, that gives actually a very good link to our next speaker. Are there any other questions for Karen? I think we will still have some time at the end as well. Yes, there's a gentleman who, oh yes, sorry, from the Philippines, and then something coming through from online.
Good. Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is I'm Mr. Lagare. I'm from the Philippines with my friend here, and I'm really inspired by all our speakers here. We traveled 20 hours to get here, and I think it's worth every minute.
Thank you.
My question is, in building lease of public land, you said that we consider the real cost rather than the market value. So the market value we know is the seller is willing to sell, the price at which the seller is willing to sell and the buyer is willing to buy. But the real cost, I would have some idea what real cost is, but I would want to know how the city of Zurich calculate the real cost. What do you mean by real cost?
Actually, I'm not from the municipal housing where the costs are calculated for the building lease, but I think the city of Zurich bought land or ground in these years around 100 years ago, and then it's kind of a good model to lease for these costs. But also the city of Zurich bought land in a couple of years ago in Kochareal, so they bought this for a very high price, and now they give it for a lower price. So I think there is no calculation where I can show it how this really works.
Thank you. I just want to say that the reason why I envy some of the participants here and of course our speakers is because in the Philippines, a country of about 110 million people, there's just about 5 housing cooperatives that I know of, while we talk of 2,500 housing cooperatives in Zurich and very big numbers from our speakers. That's why I said I envy how other cities who have come ahead of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Ah, yes, we have the question from the back.
Some questions from our online audience. The first question regards the MOBA Accelerator. Are there any, so generously funded by the ABZ, are there any other associations or cooperatives able or willing to support such financing initiatives? Well, funding is obviously a key success factor in developing cooperative housing.
Yeah, well, until now we have 3 different contributors, one of which is ABZ, but we are very keen to have further ones. So that's also a question for the audience. Are there any associations and cooperatives willing to participate?
Exactly, it was a cheeky question. The second question is from Claudia Sanchez regarding the situation in Zurich. She asks if there's any economic justification for the policies apart from beyond the social cohesion. For instance, labor mobility or quality of living or...
I think the social aspect of good affordable houses and is very crucial, and and a good social mix in all the neighborhoods. I think that's one of the maybe it's also the success of Zurich as a city with a very high level of
high level of
standards, living standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cost of living. Yes.
Can I say something?
Please.
I mean, I'd just like to offer an observation in addition to that. I mean, a colleague of mine was telling me last week that in one part of the UK, 70% of the homes that were in the private rental sector have moved into what we describe as the ultra short let sector, the Airbnb, the Verbo. Now, that's stripping properties out of that part of the market that would have previously been accessed by public sector workers, teachers, key workers, people on low incomes. So the economics around finding ways of creating affordable housing are absolutely apparent. I mean, you know, you come, and I noticed it's funny these days seeing graphs about European cities without London and Liverpool and Manchester in it, and I think we understand the reasons why we're no longer included in these things. But you know, what we see in London, for example, you know, is a move towards what in Paris they call the donut effect. You know, where the city centre is almost uninhabitable from a cost perspective to people that are not on high income or on ultra low incomes and are supported by state provision of housing. So I think the economics is very clear as to why these sorts of interventions are necessary.
Here. Yes. Great. I think a lot of tough decisions and moves to be made, but there's no excuses because we see the tools on the table from the toolkit, from what Zurich is doing, from Housing 2030, just to really push for those. So now we're going to, and indeed a very interesting discussion about the cost rental, and I think it highlights the difficulty sometimes in transferring an excellent practice, because it was also explained to me last night by Ariel from ABZ. This land was purchased 100 years ago. So that when we say cost rental, we are using the cost of the land 100 years ago. So if a city wants to intervene now at market prices, obviously the subsidies needed are much more significant. And this is the point, but it has to be subsidized, that extra land. It's not a reason for the city not to act, but this is too often, indeed, we see cities actually using the sale of land as a source of finance for other objectives. But we do see, yes, the cost rental model, very appealing, but there are steps to be taken before it can be transferred. There's a lot of interest in that model now. And now we're going to go back, and so we've heard indeed a lot about people power, and the question was raised earlier, the participative model, but now we've heard about the huge role the city is playing, the framework, and now indeed we're going to hear from the national level, because there's also a key role, a supporting role to be played, and Stefanie is going to tell us a little bit about that. Thanks a lot. We can.
So my name is Stefanie Führer. I work at the Swiss Federal Office of Housing, and today I'm also representing the Committee of Urban Development, Housing and Land Management of the UNEC, which collaborated in the making of the Housing 2030 resource, and is therefore very interested in this symposium. I'm wearing these two hats, and I try to bring them together with what I talk about today. I try to talk about what Switzerland does to assist its cooperatives, and I focus mostly on the measures which are presented in Housing 2030. First, I want to give you some context for the case of Switzerland. So renting is the dominant tenure in Switzerland. About 65% of households rent their flat or house. We have a long history of housing cooperative, as we already heard in Karin's presentation. It was at the beginning of the 20th century that first housing cooperatives were established. There were parts, they rose out of the labor movement. And today in Switzerland there are around 1,700 limited profit organizations, as we call them. So technically the term we use the organizations we support or are supported by the Swiss government are limited profit organizations, and cooperatives have to be limited profit organizations in order to be supported. But today I'm mostly going to be talking about cooperatives because that's what we're mostly interested in. And those so there's a small and diverse limited profit housing sector, which are primarily small cooperatives, social housing foundations, associations, and municipal housing companies. And it's mostly, together they cover a bit more than 10% of the total housing stock in Switzerland. They own a bit more than 10% of the total housing stock in Switzerland. It's mostly in urban areas. So the cooperatives are rarer in the peripheral regions, and we saw one of the shining examples in Switzerland is the city of Zurich. We just talked about that, and there's other cities where you have more cooperatives. You have less in peripheral regions. Just at the moment, at our office, at the housing office, we are producing a guide for municipalities in mountainous regions and other peripheral regions, where we want to motivate municipalities in these peripheral regions to take matters of housing into their own hands more, and to work with cooperatives or create cooperatives. So if anyone who's working in Switzerland is interested in these resources, it's going to be published in October, and you can contact me if you are interested in having a copy. We already heard some of the answer why the Swiss Confederation assists cooperatives. It is due it was back in the beginning of the movement, so at the beginning of the 20th century, it was already motivated by the lack of affordable housing, and it is still motivated by the lack of affordable housing. So I thought this was very interesting. I don't know if everyone noticed, but in your presentation there was this graph where you see the development of the prices in 2008. And in the last 20 years, we have seen this development of the prices. They just keep going, just keep going up. There's several reasons for that. It was sustained economic growth in Switzerland. You have changes in demographics. It makes households smaller, such that they consume more surface. And then you have increased immigration you had in Switzerland with the free movement with Europe. So in this environment, it makes sense to assist cooperatives because they offer inexpensive housing. So you can see this in this graph. So the blue bars, it's just ordinary renters pay, and the orange bar is the price people living in cooperatives pay. And you see there's quite a price difference on average. So it's always the averages, and on the left you see it for cities, for big cities, and then for smaller cities, and then to the right you see it in peripheral municipalities and in yes. And you see that the difference exists everywhere, so it's cheaper to live in rents are lower in cooperatives everywhere. The difference is highest in the more urban areas. So in this perspective, it makes sense as well to have more cooperatives in the urban areas than in the peripheral areas. But that's not the only reason why the Swiss government assists its cooperatives. Cooperatives also are very creative in trying new forms of living together. In order to avoid this, I can't remember how you called it, this isolation, singularization of people. And also, and I think we already heard that as well this morning in the first presentation, because people living in cooperatives use less resources. So cooperatives use less land per person, and land is very scarce here in Switzerland. And they also use less surface per person, and this is very important if you think of CO2 emissions because of the heating. So less you have to heat, less surface you have to heat, less CO2 you emit. Here you see on the graphs, you see for different types of households, and to the left it's households where consisting of only one person, and to the right it's bigger households consisting of 6 or more people. And the bars are again in blue. You have the ordinary renters. In orange, you have the owners, homeowners, and in grey you have inhabitants of cooperatives. And you see that the difference between cooperatives and owners is huge. And it's a little bit smaller. I was surprised when I saw this data. It's quite new data. We just analyzed the data from 2020, and I was surprised that the difference was not bigger between people in cooperatives and the ordinary renters. But it exists. It is there. And then there's another reason. And this is that cooperatives are quite good at targeting less privileged people. So what we can see is that the first line is for cooperatives, second line is for homeowners, and third line is for renters. And then the different colors shows the level of education of the people who live in the housing. And you can see that in the cooperatives, so in the blue, the first blue, the blue to the left, the clear blue, it's people who don't have more than compulsory education. And then in orange and gray, you see people who have secondary education, and then in I don't know, is that yellow? green. You have, and the dark blue, you have tertiary education. So what you can see is that people who are less educated and probably also less privileged for this economically, we don't have this data for income, unfortunately. So we only have it for education. They live more often in cooperatives, but without the cooperatives being segregated. So you still have a mix. And I think this shows this quite well, this value of, okay, the cooperatives, they service people who are less educated and therefore probably also economically disadvantaged, but they do not segregate them somewhere. What's next? Yeah. Now I'm getting to the measures. So. One important measure Switzerland has to assist its cooperatives is the so-called rolling fund, or fond de roulement. Cooperatives that satisfy the criteria for limited profit housing organizations can get a credit through the rolling fund, and the credit rate can be considerably lower than market rate, especially if interests are high. So in the last years, the difference was not that big. Because interest was very low anyway. How much money they can get out of this rolling fund depends on the quality of dwellings and the accessibility for disabled persons and environmental variables. You see here how much it is. So by the end of 2021, there was 552 million Swiss francs. It's going to be increased by 2029. This fund is administered by the umbrella organizations of the cooperative housing sector, and the loans you get out of it are equity-like loans. So the banks, when you also need usually it's not you can't finance only with the rolling funds. You also need a bank credit, and the banks, they look at these rolling fund loans as if it was equity, which is important if we're talking about cooperatives that want to establish themselves newly. They don't already have much capital. This can be very important. And it is called a rolling fund because the proceeds from regular amortizations are constantly reused for new loans. And then there's the bond issuing cooperative for limited profit housing. It was jointly established by the government and non-profit profit housing cooperatives. Its purpose is to raise cheap finance for non-profit housing. And it gives also small housing providers access to capital markets. So this is very important. It is done by issuing bonds in the name of the bond issuing cooperative, and these are then distributed to the affordable housing providers. You can see the bond volume is quite high. So by the end of 2021, this bond issuing cooperative raised 3.7 billion. So this is a number. So after the 7 with eight zeros. I'm always a bit confused about the billions in English and the Milliarden in German, but there will be 8 zeros after the 7. These bonds are guaranteed by the Swiss Confederation, so this is very important because this secures low interest. So on average, I think that I don't have the actual numbers in my head right now, but on average, I think it's almost a percentage point less you pay when you have loans through the bond issuing cooperatives than if you just go to a bank and finance there. And the default rate, this is also very important. So there's a close monitoring on who gets the money for what projects, such that the default rate is close to 0. And so this is quite. I'm just showing you the image here, so on how it works. So the non-profit housing builders, they own share in the bond issuing cooperatives, and the bond issuing cooperative then pools who wants money, and then they issue the bonds on the market. And and then they give this capital to the non-profit housing builders, and the arrows you have to the left is then how the non-profit housing builders pay the interests back to the lenders. And the federal government, it only appears as giving the guarantee. So what is cool, I think, about the framework is that it doesn't cost anything to the Swiss government. Of course, there's the risk; it could always get costly, but up to now, they only give the guarantee. It doesn't cost anything, and we're quite confident that it won't get costly because it's very closely monitored. Who gets the money is very closely monitored. So it's a very efficient tool which is practically for free. Yeah. So and this is why I think it also appears in this Housing 2030 report, because it's something that could be copied by other countries if there's political will, as you said. Yeah, I was also asked in the preparation to talk about the Solidarity Fund, which is managed by WBG Schweiz, so the umbrella, one of the big umbrella organizations of the cooperatives, and it helps cooperatives who lack capital. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about it, so I think there's people who know much more about that, who can talk about that. Yeah.
Would you like? I don't know. Would you like to talk about it, Rebecca? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But only. Yeah. Okay. So this was it from me.
Okay. But indeed, this Solidarity Fund. A crucial point that's really shed a lot of light on the success of the Swiss model. Thank you. And indeed, this secret ingredient of the public guarantee, it's indeed missing in many of the countries where we speak with housing providers, and it can really assist the development. So it's something from national level that, as you say, is not so costly to put in place. And indeed, the European Investment Bank has introduced a tool to do just that. They now deliver public guarantees for 2 member states. So because they realized that it was one of those missing ingredients. Maybe just to ask you, what do you think? Maybe what is the key ingredient that has made the Swiss model last so long? With political changes and changing in governments, what makes it last? Because I think this is also the challenge.
Well, I think it's a very how do you say that? I think it's a model as many models for many things in Switzerland. It's really it's based on the autonomy of these umbrella organizations, and the umbrella organizations do a lot. And the government, it gives guarantees, it helps with the funds for the rolling fund, for example. It's government funds that are lent out, but it's the umbrella organization that administer it. And I think this has a long tradition in Switzerland. So it's not only in this sector of cooperatives that it's managed like this, but this approach of doing things, and it usually. It means also that the needs are seen quite well, because the umbrella organizations, they know the needs much better than the government could know it from the start. And usually that leads to the fact that you have institutions or tools that work. And if they don't, you know how you can improve them, because you're close to the ground.
Yeah. So these feedback loops.
Yeah.
We have a few more minutes, not many, for additional comments that might come up from the audience.
And don't forget online as well.
Pardon? And online, but I think we are monitoring that. Is there something from online? Yes.
Another question from let me see, from Sanchez. Yes, what are the rules and regulations when the city or the state gets involved in financing cooperatives? Instead, for instance, in a rolling fund or the solidarity fund.
A lot of detail. So the rules and regulations for accessing finance.
Well, it's complicated. But one important rule is that you have in your how do you call it? In your statuten. Statutes. You write that you're non-profit oriented, and then you can't have. Another important point is that you can't have high return on your capital invested. So it is limited. This is why it's called limited
profit.
Profit, yes, because you can't make too much return on capital, and this in turn then limits the rents, right? Because you can't have too high returns. It means that you can't charge rents which are too high.
The magic ingredient. And other comments, please? Yes.
Hi, I'm Robert from Cooperative, Netherlands. I would like to ask about the land prices. The municipality has to buy land on commercial prices and then has to subsidize non-profit housing. But shouldn't we turn that around and say, okay, non-profit housing is a different land use, and we have to plan different land uses, and they have different land prices. So when you buy land as a municipality, it has a lower value because it is destined for non-profit housing. And then you do not subsidize the non-profit housing, you do not subsidize the windfall gains of the landowners. Should be turned around, I think.
I think a very important point on the land policy, but I think you explained a lot of the land is already bought a long time ago. Would you like to comment?
I mean, you're describing what in the UK we talk about, or the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors in their Red Book define as different valuation models. I mean, you have an open value based valuation, you have an existing use valuation where you'd look at the value of social housing on the basis, or affordable housing on the basis of its rental yield over a 25-year period, discounted against management and maintenance costs. You could look at a discounted valuation model in itself. So, and I'm quite sure that in Switzerland, when you're talking about this different approach to valuation of land, some sort of similar calculation around discounting to market value is what's happening. So you're saying because the intended use of this land is going to be for affordable housing, as opposed to for financial services, for example, or high-end residential property, it has a lower value, and therefore that's factored into the lease price. So the sort of thing you're describing, you know, is fairly commonplace in terms of different approaches to valuing land.
Yes, thank you. And I think that the land chapter in Housing 2030 could be really interesting for you. Are there, yes, Ariel?
Yes, a specific question regarding the bond issuing cooperatives. Is there a limit to the total amount of development cost that these bonds can cover? And also, what's the average share of the bonds, of the financial percentage covered by these bonds?
I don't know the answer to the second question. I think the answer to the first question, I think that's a maximum of 70% of the value which can be covered by these bonds issued by the 70, yeah. But I don't know how much it is on average.
I think if there are no more comments, I think It's been a really, really fascinating session. I've learned a lot myself, so I invite all of you to thank the panelists again, and the conversations will continue over the break. And of course, Julie is going to come up and wrap up for us. And you even get something with a pink ribbon.
Your participation. It's either a Swiss watch or some chocolates. There you go. And for you, there. Thank you. All right, thank you very much to our panel and Sarika for moderating. Really fascinating to see the spectrum of tools and programs and financing to facilitate the development of affordable housing that meets the needs of people in terms of affordability and building social ties and community, because we often focus on the affordability factor, but we know that cooperative housing is a very resilient form of housing due to the social bonds that are created. Just the nature of the governance model is conducive to creating housing that that builds resiliency and those important social ties. And it's we can see the success of cooperative housing here in Switzerland, particularly here in Zurich, with the housing policy and the financing mechanisms that are facilitated at the regional and at the national level. And this is a model that is worth emulating in other parts of the world. So thank you very much for sharing those ideas and those programs and those mechanisms, and I hope that you can take these home and adapt them to your needs. So thanks again. And now we proceed to the food part of the day. We have some soup and some focaccia sandwiches. So we can grab. There's some on the tables. I think the soup will be coming to us as well, and we can eat here on this level and also go upstairs. There's some more room upstairs as well, and hopefully you can continue some of these conversations while you're grabbing a bite to eat. We will be asking you to come back here at 1 o'clock. We will be starting the next session at 1:15. You have a few minutes grace to make it back to your seats. And bon appétit, everyone.
Yeah, I think maybe we could take a picture.
So our next session is on best practices on community engagement for sustainability and supporting meaningful change. Housing cooperatives are first and foremost communities during crises like floods, fires, and lockdowns. Co-ops always rise to the occasion due to the social connections that make them resilient. In this panel, we will discuss how to integrate cooperative values like solidarity and sustainability in housing co-ops with changing demographics. So in this panel, we welcome our panelists from Spain, Italy, Switzerland, and Nepal. And our moderator is from Switzerland. So another truly international panel to provide us with various perspectives and various experiences. And coincidentally, I had a conversation at lunch with, I can't remember her name, but she's here somewhere, doing doing a PhD research on the resiliency of housing cooperatives in relation to climate change. So very appropriate for our panel here. So to introduce the moderator, Leah Oswald is moderating this session. Leah is is a project manager with Urbamonde, which is an NGO based in Geneva and in France. Urbamonde supports community-led initiatives at the local and international levels that are interested in developing community-led housing solutions. I first met Leah in 2015 here in Zurich, where Leah and her colleagues took a train from Geneva to come and meet the Cooperative Housing International Board, who was meeting here in Zurich, and myself to initiate a coalition of community-led housing groups to form a network called the Co-Housing Network. And we've been collaborating ever since, and it's been a real pleasure to work with Leah and her team. And this is part of the reason why we're here today, because this network, one of its main goals is to connect organizations and groups that are doing this kind of work to grow the movement, to make it stronger, to make our voices heard. And and every year we're working together on these kinds of initiatives and actually seeing the movement grow. So it's been very rewarding to see these efforts come to this kind of fruition. So without further ado, I welcome Leah and the panel, and I wish you a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and to... You can't hear?
Yes.
So it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy to moderate this panel with a lot of friends of Urban Monde we are working with. As you can see, and as Julie mentioned it, it's a very diversified panel. We will be going through 4 presentations who will present some very inspiring examples of community-led housing coming from Asia, from Latin America, from Italy and Spain. And this will show us how actually when communities are organized and when they put values like solidarity, inclusion, and sustainability at the center of their actions, they manage to achieve the right to adequate housing and also improve their ability to cope with different crises. And we will also see the many challenges that they are confronted with through these people-centered approaches. So without waiting, I will hand it over to Rosanna Zaccaria, who already presented herself before, but she is the president of the National Federation of Housing Cooperatives in Italy, Lega Coop Abitanti.
So this is the one now?
I think you can change...
with this?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I really want to thank the Zurich Cooperative Organization to have organized, to have invited so many people, and to have invited also the Italian cooperative movement. And also thanks to Cooperative Housing International, who has co-organized this big event. It was already very interesting this morning to learn from each other and to see how the movement is growing in Zurich. So, I don't know, the presentation is already on. Okay. Here it is. So, as I said this morning, we represent the Italian cooperative movement, which was, well, let's say the movement was established as in Switzerland at the very beginning of the 19th century. So it's not so different from what we have heard this morning, coming also from the labor movement with the same challenges, same problems, and I would say very similar history. Then in 1961, Lega Coop Abitanti was born, which is the umbrella organization representing the housing cooperatives in Italy. And let's say that in general, all the cooperative movement in Italy is represented by 15,000 cooperatives representing all the sectors. And just to very short introduction, we have contributed to the affordable housing, social housing offer in Italy with more than 300,000 dwellings and with more than 40,000 what we called undivided ownership, so rental mutualistic housing. Today, so I said 15,000 cooperatives of all the sector. Of the housing sector, we have more than 600 members in Lega Coop Abitanti and cooperative members, and these cooperative have more than 260,000 members, residents, so let's say. And so these are the values you can see. So the question of the panel is how the cooperative movement is helping to engage community in a sustainability strategy. And I just want to share with you something that happened in the very last days with our cooperative that made me really think that in a way it seems that housing cooperatives are a sort of revolutionary place to be in this very phase where we have to face everybody together, a very difficult winter because of the energy crisis. So just to see what cooperatives are doing to be resilient. So we have monitored all the activities that different cooperatives are developing. And what I can say, it is that I was even surprised that what cooperatives have in their DNA and consider a sort of basic measure, it's becoming something not only necessary, but even revolutionary, if you want. For example, and I have just made it, some examples of what they are doing to manage this energy crisis that is coming up. Essentially, some co-design of solutions that can be elaborated in the membership, listening and making a comprehension work with residents. So for just some very short examples, they are negotiating in a very democratic way. So we were discussing this morning, Sorcha was referring to the Danish democratic way of the cooperatives to work with residents. Well, I think that in this moment, for example, to discuss with residents how to keep in the correct balance, to safeguard the balance of the cooperative, and at the same time to support residents to pay the enormous costs of the energy in the next months. It's something that I think it's a sort of crash test of democratic processes. Or very shortly, some other examples, different cooperatives gathering together to renegotiate with the energy providers, or collecting residents in order to choose some providers of electricity in a sort of purchase groups. Or another example, doing mutualistic funds to support those members that won't be able to pay for the energy bills this winter. So, or last but not least, supporting people, for example, to use the incentives, the energy bonus, which are not always so easy to be used. So I think this is a real example of mutualism in this, to be resilient in this crisis. Second point, it is something that has been launched at the very beginning of September within the system Lega Coop. So, as everybody knows, one of the formulas that possibly will be an added value for the climate change and for the goals that also the European Commission has fixed are renewable energy communities. Of course, we are trying to do it, and we have already done some of them in a cooperative way. So we have launched a program together with our mutualistic fund, which is called COP Fund. So there are different things we are doing to support our cooperatives and our members. So financial tools, technical analysis, and we have also chosen to use a crowdfunding investment platform. So I think this is another example on a process and not only a goal on how to manage and to promote, manage, and create these energy communities, renewable energy communities. Another example, just to say how much important is the community engagement for our Italian cooperatives. Now in October, we are presenting a research that we have carried out with 2 departments of the Politecnico University in Milan. We have mapped a lot of our Italian cooperative projects. We have seen a lot of things. I will not tell it today, but I just extracted one point that has analyzed how we do the management, how in a holistic approach, putting together community, property, and facility management. And what you can see from here, for example, that with these engineers really looking in our processes in terms of time spent by people working, you can see that 42% of our management activities is spent for community engagement. And this is something that we have proven just seeing how they work with people. And sorry, and the past slide, another thing that we have let's say counted is how many different so-called services of general interest we have in our housing cooperatives, and we have mapped almost 150 services of general interest, which is really a lot, putting together the knowledge of housing and social cooperatives. And then here we have realized just recently also in the framework of the Shape EU project, we are a member together with Housing Europe, we have mapped, in this case, how the cooperatives are using the measures to make retrofitting and how they are doing that, mixing social innovation and even more, also how they are using art and aesthetic and beauty together with that. And we have a lot of experiences that so we have gathered. I just will go through very quickly to 5 projects that I think are quite relevant under the point of view of engagement of people and solidarity, mutualism. Yes, very quickly, because there are a lot of details. But for example, this one, I was thinking about the presentation that was done this morning about how to shape and how to structure the community work. In this case, this is a place near, this is a project, social housing project in Florence, where there are almost more than 100 apartments. And what is interesting in here, as I said before, is the social mix. A lot of people collaborating together. For example, there are some rooms, some apartments dedicated to a silver housing project. And then there are some apartments dedicated to minors that were that are at present out of the family, and with other social housing residents, they are managing together some common spaces, and they are using this app, which in Italian is Abito in Community. I live in a community. They have done also, as you can see in the photo, sort of game, as the cards we have seen this morning. And with this app, they are organizing the sharing of spaces with a lot of activities such as gardens and others. This is another housing project in Milan, which is managed by a cooperative that will, Dar Casa, that will have a speech tomorrow. In this case, I think that the very interesting, one of the more maybe interesting aspects in terms of mutualism is that 50% of the residents are migrants of something like 20 different nationalities. I think it was quite difficult at the very beginning to do the social management and to, let's say, to promote and create a community, but now it is ongoing. They have learned to use some spaces in a collaborative way. They have activated a lot of, let's say, free services. For example, for children, they are organizing also, of course, parties, also in this case, the use of the garden. And also there is a service of orientation to social services of the neighborhoods. So in this case, a focal point is really ethnical, let's say, mix of people. I will not say a lot about this project because my colleague tomorrow will say more about that, because it's a project which is in this case mainly focused on a young target of residents. Two interesting and rare things, I think, in terms of community engagement is that these young people share a part of their free time, 10 hours per month, to organize collective or individual activities to support either elderly people living in the same building, which is a public building, or young people. And for example, this is a project where during the lockdown and in the pandemic phase, a lot of things have been promoted and created, and it was really supportive. The activity of these young people towards residents being in crisis for different reasons has been very useful and mutualistic. Then this other project also is focused on another target, let's say, again, social housing project, but in this case, 10% of the apartments are dedicated to persons with severe problems of mobility, coming out also from a hospital. And it was quite amazing that one of they have inaugurated recently, and the people entering in the apartments, they have really told their story and clarified that kind of living and how it was planned under an architectural design point of view, adaptable for this kind of people, has really been a turning point in their life, because the alternative would have been to be in a sanitary institute. And so in this case, of course, again, there are common spaces that are shared, a very beautiful terrace where people with these mobility problems can have access, and also with a garden thought for them in this terrace that can be used by them too. And last one but not least, giving a sort of range of different targets and how mutualism is developed in the Italian cooperatives. In this case, this is a project called Casa Claudia. It was born, it was inaugurated also in May, so very recent one. And here, the two relevant aspects is the very interesting formula of public-private partnership. So some funds comes from the region, from a call on social innovation, and then some funds from the cooperative itself. And then in this case, the community, the neighborhood has worked a lot with a crowdfunding activity that raised quite a relevant amount of money. So in this case, I also saw the inauguration, which was really moving, because let's say that the neighborhood really participated in a, let's say, social, economic way. And for example, here, the target is disabled people and the promotion of programs to give them the autonomy for the future life after the parents. So this is dopo di noi, so after the family. And here there is again common area, common space, a garden, and a space that will be managed by the disabled people themselves, with the support and the guide of a social cooperative, and with the huge participation of the neighborhood and the community. So I think these are examples that are representative of new forms of mutualism, social mix, and the collaboration with the public administration. I just want to, let's say, in the end, to say that we are very curious to do the study visits tomorrow, to see how the administration in Zurich has worked with a really long-term political vision, which is something that in Italy is lacking. We have a lot of cooperatives, we have a lot of know-how, and now we would like really to redesign this relationship with public administration. So we would be keen to bring here in May our Italian cooperatives to do some workshops, not only study visits. So thanks again for inviting and for sharing this day.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Rosanna. Actually, I had a question about the role of public actors and your cooperation with the public administration, not only on the municipal level, but also regional and maybe national, because we can see that you have a lot of tools and mechanisms, and that the cooperatives are really bringing some very inspiring solutions and being an active part of the ecological transition, and bringing some very proactive proposals, implementing them. But what is the role of the public administration now? How are you cooperating with them? And what are housing cooperatives actually doing better in terms of sustainability than public or private actors in Italy?
We were commenting at the lunch break with some Italian colleagues that, well, of course, we are participating to the calls or plans that public administrations promote, which are not so many. And for example, also European funds that should have been devoted to an innovative program for the quality of living, it's not giving so successful results, I think, in terms of mixing private and public and cooperative actors. So I think that we have to struggle for that in Italy. Also, at a ministerial level at present, the listening and comprehension, I would say, is quite low. So we always use that. That's why, for example, Housing Europe for us is a very important presence, because we have to now to bring some examples from Europe, really to to improve the level of this collaboration with the public administration, which is not absent totally, but it can be improved.
Yeah, and on this, what would you actually need, and from which kind of actors would you need support to improve these aspects and maybe facilitate exchanges? We understand that Housing Europe has an active role in this, and other actors are trying to build these bridges, but what would you identify?
Well, I think that I would say two things from my financial point of view. For example, we have seen this morning that they have different formulas to support cooperative activities. So something we are trying to challenge our Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, Caisse de Dépôt, or public bank that has been very active in the last 10 years with a big fund that has developed a lot of social housing, to devote some of these funds, for example, for a cooperative targeted projects, which again, it doesn't mean that we have to be only cooperatives, even if in a mix of actors, but this would be a point. And again, I think that one missing point we should work on is the legal formula of the partnership, because for example, the program, the one I mentioned before, that has the objective to increase the number of affordable dwellings in a holistic approach and general view of urban transition, but the legal tools are not appropriate. So this is another point we would like to work on with, we are struggling to work on with ministries that are competent on these topics.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I suggest that the questions from the audience comes at the end, so we can go on with the presentations. The next presentation is from Sostres Civic. We have here, so they come from Spain, from Catalonia. We have here Ander Zabala and Esther Alegre. Esther is a member of the housing cooperative Sostres Civic and an active member and a resident of the housing project Cireres in Barcelona. And Ander is graduated from a global studies bachelor in the Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, where he focused his thesis on the Danish housing associations. And after an internship in Sostres Civic, he's now working as part of the technical team, and he's also actively part of FIARE, a cooperative ethical bank. And both of them will present us a little bit more about the housing cooperative model in Catalonia, which is based on the right to use. And they will present also the work they are doing with Sostres Civic as a support actor to promote this model. And I think we will get to know a little bit more of the community management and the engagement through the example of Cireres cooperative. Thank you.
So, yeah. Can you... Yes. Good afternoon. Sostres Civic is a right-to-use housing cooperative, non-equity, and with more than 1,000 members in Catalonia. And it has already 22 co-living or in development phase projects, and rapidly increasing. And before, I would like to introduce part of the context in the Spanish state. It's basically owner-occupying country, and this is an image of an eviction. 20 of these happen every day in Barcelona due to the high due to the private market and situation. And the social housing stock, this figure is not, the actual one, it's 1%, 1.5, according to the National Statistics Institute. So this is a good introduction to explain that Sostre Civic was born in order to defend the right to housing and to promote alternatives to ensure it. And it's not just a development cooperative, it's also a political organization. And this means that part of these 1,000 members are also there because they believe in what they are doing and not necessarily because they expect to get a house. 100 of them are already co-living, and others are in the waiting lists for the projects or are promoting their own groups within the umbrella organization that is Sostre Civic. It is interesting also to mention that this political activity it's also part of the necessary work to promote the cooperative housing in Catalonia, which has been developed in the previous 20 years, because after the 100 years ago, there was obviously a really big cooperativist movement in Spain and in Catalonia, but the dictatorship of 40 years with Franco shut it down, and we are now beginning from scratch. So this cultural shift from private property to community-owned dwellings and projects is one of the most important aspects. And last but not least, to remind that it's non-equity and that just the initial contribution is given back. Now, Esther will explain how one of these projects has evolved.
So, can you hear me? Yeah. No? Maybe I have to... Right. Is that better? Yeah, good. So thank you. And I'm Esther, and as we already mentioned, so I live in Cirares. So that's a picture of the group, actually. So that's the group with family and friends. That's actually the day that we literally, were given the key to our homes. So that's why we are holding this big key, and we have very happy faces. Right, so I'm going to tell you about Cirares, so what does it mean to live in Cirares? And also, while I'm presenting, I would like also to explain why it is so beneficial for communities to have an actor such as Sostre Civic. And to do that, so I could give many examples, but I've kind of chosen 3. So basically, I've chosen 3 different stages of the project. So when everything got started, then when we needed to think about the building, so what kind of building we need for community life to happen, and then once we are already in the building, how we connect with the neighborhood. So first, so everything got started in 2016. There was a public tender from the Barcelona Town Council, and basically that was to grant a land for 75 years for social housing, and specifically to right to use housing cooperative. So Sostre Civic, together with the cooperatives of architects, they were the selected project. And then, as you can see afterwards, in 2017, the group was formed. So basically, it is not the groups that literally need to meet together, need to gather, and then look for the land, but actually having a structure such as Sostre Civic already grants that you can start building your project and thinking of how you want to build your community. So how you want to get organized, where are you going to have in your assemblies, which working groups you want to have in your project, etc. Then just wanted to mention that in 2020, we beginning the work constructions, and then in April, so 5 months ago, we moved to Cirares. And that's just really brief to give you a bit of context on where we find Cirares. So because Barcelona is very big and is very diverse, so we are in Roquetas, which is a neighborhood close to the mountains. And actually, it's a neighborhood with a long tradition of self-organization. So these images are 2 pictures about, well, basically during the 50s and 60s, there were very important migration flows from different regions in Spain to the area of Barcelona. And basically, when they arrived in that area, so there was no infrastructures at all. It's an area close to the mountain with steep slopes. There was no water, no electricity, etc. So we can see in the picture on the left, that's literally when the neighbors decided to get organized and to build themselves the sewer systems. And on the right, that's a picture of an episode that the neighbors in Roquetas are very proud of. So basically, there was no public transport in the area, because according to the town council, it was not feasible to drive a bus there. And so again, they got organized, so they decided to meet on a Sunday and to borrow or steal a bus. They talked to the bus driver and said, hey, today we're going to have a different route to you because we want to prove to the authorities that it is feasible to have a bus driving in our area, in the neighborhoods around Roquetas. So just to understand that there's a lot that we can learn in regards to self-organization, self-management for the neighborhood where we are. And now, yeah, I'm going to skip those ones. Yeah, I wanted to, so that was kind of the start, how we got started in Ciudades. And that's about, so what does the building need to tell about us? What kind of building we need? So the main idea is here that we are engaged with community life, and there's this concept that, so Ciudades is not a group of 32 individual apartments, but the whole building, there's life like in the whole building, in the whole Ciudades. So we have several shared spaces. So in the ground floor, we have a multi-purpose room open to the neighborhood. So the idea is that entities and associations in the neighborhood, they can use it. And several other spaces, like room for storage, for sharing tools, co-working space, etc. We also have a couple of terraces. And then there is, so we have something very special. That's what I want to talk about. We have open halls on each floor. And that's what I'm going to show you now here. And basically also going back to Social Civic as an actor, so it is really important to be connected also with our kind of cooperatives, that they are engaged with cooperative housing, because of course the architects, they already have an idea of what kind of spaces we need, because if we take like a conventional apartment, we wouldn't be able to run the community we would like to run. So just for you to know, these are like open spaces that we have in each floor. So the idea is that we access to our homes, our apartments, through these open spaces. They are really bright, with a lot of light, with a lot of space. And at the beginning, when we were seeing that on the housing plans, we were a bit reluctant, and we were not really understanding why do we need so much space here, right? Just to get home. And actually, we love those spaces right now. So as you can see, there's a picture on top where there's nothing. That was when the building was finished. And then there's life now, so there's plants. We also have here the washing machines, the clothing lines. And actually, it is a place where spontaneous conversations with neighbors happen, so where life happens. Actually, I was talking to a neighbor like a couple of weeks ago, and she was telling me that before she hated doing laundry, because, you know, it's something that, yeah, takes time. And now she was telling me, but now when I go to the open hall, because we share the washing machines, and I put a washing machine, sometimes I find a neighbor, start chatting, or when I go to the 6th floor because I'm meeting someone for a meal, when I go back, I take my clothes back because they are already dry. So it's kind of, we had a group of architects that took a conscious decision there, like to give visibility to reproductive tasks that have been traditionally hidden, and to make sure that, to kind of say and raise awareness that they are as important as our productive jobs. So that's a space we love. Yeah, and I think now I'm going to mention, so the stage where we already are in the new neighborhood and we start building connections with the neighborhood. And that's related to what Rosanna already mentioned. So right now we are in early conversations with another housing cooperative that's called La Morada. That's a cooperative for LGBT community. Basically, we will literally be neighbors because they will be on the other side of the street. And they are starting the construction, I think, next month. And the idea is to start a local energy community there. And again, this is possible because Social Civic is connected to a bunch of entities of the social and solidarity economy. So there are other entities that are also engaged in ecological translation, in housing cooperative, etc. So the idea is, since we're going to have, well, we have already solar panels, so that means that we can produce energy for self-consumption. The idea is that in La Morada, they are also going to have solar panels so that we can share the energy. And to even have a bigger energy community with other entities in the neighborhood. So for example, we have schools or the market. And the idea is, for example, if in schools during summer it's closed, or over the weekends there's no one. So at that point, maybe the housing cooperatives could be using the energy or the market. And the other way around, so in CRDs there's not much activity from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5, so maybe at that time, if we store this energy, that could be shared with the rest of entities. And that's just a couple of examples. Yeah, I'll stop here. So to illustrate that it is important to have actors such as Social Civic because they provide the tools, and once we have the tools, then we are the ones that are going to develop and take decisions on our own projects.
So, thank you very much. Maybe just a question about how this model emerged in Catalonia. I know that there was a lot of research and inspiration from other countries, which is quite interesting. Seems interesting to me to highlight it and maybe show the specificity of this model, why it's different from others in other countries. And in Catalonia, what is it bringing as an added value in comparison of maybe the more traditional social housing?
Yes. Ole, hello? Yeah. The main aspects that gave place to this model are the ethical finances, which are key, are central. The reason why now in Portugal, for instance, there is no such a model is that there are not these organizations, ethical banks, credit cooperatives that have supported this model, and that's essential. And also the whole solidarity economy network that makes possible for these ethical banks to exist, it's also relevant apart from the support. So you need a whole ecosystem that supports each other and that believes that putting the money in common and getting this away from the traditional private banks that do not trust us when we say that one mortgage for the whole building can be paid and that people will comply as we are doing, is about trust. And we need our own organizations and institutions self-controlled. The other pillar is the state support. In our case, Barcelona City Council facilitated the first pilot project. This proved we were able to do this, and the replicability was easier than in other cities and the territories. And we are talking also about a basic good, which is housing, and we could not understand this without public support, similar to education or health system. That does not mean we cannot have a direct control. So yes, the ethical finances and public support in the lease of land.
Thank you. Can you say maybe just a few words on how this model emerged? What group was created? Was initially launched a little bit this model in the Catalonian context?
Well, so this was 20 years ago. A group of people decided to create an association, and 10 years later, after the cultural and political activity of this association, the cooperative was created 10 years later. Then, from that point till the first co-living project was real, were 8 years. So it's like a very slow process of communication, of dissemination, of convincing the state officers. And yeah, to imagine this long period of time putting the seeds into the ground and now see projects such as CRS is fruit of a whole movement that is getting bigger. Without a well-organized civil society, this would not happen.
Thank you. I suggest we go to the next presentation. And yeah, unfortunately, Daniela was supposed to accompany Jennifer, who is here today, to speak about the project in Colombia. So we travel a little bit around the globe and go to another continent. And we will know a little bit more about this really interesting community-led housing initiative in an ex-combatant community. Jennifer Duin, who is here to make the presentation, is a senior researcher and the current executive director of the ETH Center for Research on Architecture, Society and the Built Environment, and also the director of the Master of Advanced Studies course on housing here in Zurich. Her current research interests focus on the role of housing cooperatives in the provision of affordable and inclusive housing in Europe and Latin America. And yes, she will present us a little bit more about, she will present us a model of housing cooperative that actually emerged in the Uruguayan context and inspired other projects around Latin America, and this one is in Colombia. And yes, I invite you to join us here. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for inviting me here. As Lea said, I was supposed to be here with my colleague Daniela Sanjines, who unfortunately is sick and really regrets not to be here. Actually, I want to take the opportunity to talk about this project, Negotiating Space for Cooperative Housing in Post-Conflict Colombia, also to talk about the importance and the value of international solidarity. And when I talk about international solidarity, I refer to the international solidarity from cooperatives among cooperatives. This project was supported by the Solidarity Fund of ABZ, of the cooperative ABZ, and we are very grateful to this. Thank you again, ABZ. It is a project that was also made possible by the collaboration between us and Urbamonde. Thank you, Urbamonde. And of course, we were there as an academic institution, and I also think that we as professors, as teachers, as academic institutions also have an important responsibility in terms of forming a new generation of professionals about the housing cooperative opportunities and their role in the provision of affordable, adequate, and socially inclusive housing. And yes, Lea mentioned I'm directing the Master of Advanced Studies in Housing, and the students we get are students from all over the world, and the reason why they come to Zurich and to study is very much because they want to learn about housing cooperatives. And this is also why housing cooperatives is really the focal point in our program. And we hope with this that students can actually bring back and help to disseminate and persuade actors in their own country about the value of collaborative cooperative housing as a form of decommodified housing as we have it here in Switzerland. Now to come to this project, it's actually a project that has a background. It started with a research project that we had that was funded by the Swiss Network for International Studies, and it was a project called Tackling the Global Housing Challenges, Relevance and Replicability of the Swiss and the Uruguayan Cooperative Model. When it came to the cooperative model of Uruguay, what impressed us from the very beginning was the fact that the Federation of Housing Cooperatives of Uruguay is a country with the cooperative movement, in many respects, of course, contextualized, but to some extent similar to Switzerland, and especially the role of housing cooperatives in Uruguay is very important. It's certainly the country in Latin America with the strongest cooperative movement. And what we were very impressed about, the Federation of Cooperatives Housing in Mutual Aid Cooperative Housing in Uruguay, was that they were very proactively engaging in sharing their experience with different countries in Latin America, and so sort of really supporting bottom-up initiatives, trying to establish and institutionalize housing cooperatives. And this actually led us to discover a very recent initiative of the Federation to support a community of ex-combatants from the FARC in Colombia to set up a housing cooperative. And this was actually my colleague, Daniela Sanjines. She is from Colombia, and so we immediately felt, wow, this is an opportunity we want to look at. We want to see, is it possible in a country like Colombia, which is characterized by a very neoliberal housing system, a strong preference to private housing, a strong encouragement to private housing ownership, but is maybe this moment also of peace building, of reincorporation of ex-combatants, of people who really want to share something, is this an opportunity for cooperatives to emerge? And is there maybe a possibility for us to support the emergence of these cooperatives with our own means? So what we did, first of all, and this was full COVID, we established a collaboration with the Universidad Nacional de Colombia in Bogota, and we first went to visit this cooperative, and we saw that they had very clear ideas about what they wanted. They had already established productive cooperatives for the production of building materials like stabilized earth blocks. They had a carpentry, cooperative carpentry, and they were really trying to, in quite an adverse context, because the support from the government was not really there, but to make this cooperative happen. They had already very clear visions about their houses. They had already designs of their houses and a plan, a settlement plan. And what we did in our first phase was actually to support them in refining a little bit their housing, because we saw that, that the houses were great, they had very clear ideas about what they wanted, but at the same time that there was maybe a bit of a scope of improving. And we did that on an online school. We set up like WhatsApp groups with the ex-combatants in the middle of nowhere, because even having Zoom meetings or Zoom classes with them was very difficult. So basically our students developed like designs for instance, improving the ventilation of the houses, to improve the windows, to improve some elements of the houses. We sent these designs to the students in Colombia, also taking advantage of the time difference. They did the prototyping, sent the prototypes to the people in the countryside, to the cooperatives. They gave a feedback, and so everything came back again to us. And it was actually, we ended this by writing this manual, which you see there, and we handed that over to the community. So this was actually a very, on a distance, an act of solidarity and an act of engaging students, the community, and also fostering also one of not irrelevant objective was also, of course, to build bridges between ex-combatants and the civil society, in this case, students. I mean, for over 50 years, there was a civil war in Colombia, and of course, these different groups of the society never had really talked to each other, and so beyond the fact of improving the housing, a very important role was also really building bridges between people who were divided for many years by a civil war. This is just to give you an idea. This is the ex-combatants depositing their weapons, and what happened, first of all, yes, that they had this aspiration of reintegrating collectively. So this is also why they wanted to form a cooperative, because this gave them the possibility also to reincorporate collectively, and that's something they actually negotiated, and it was agreed. So what we see, the reality on the ground, so these ex-combatants are actually living in dispersed areas of reincorporation, and they have a very serious housing problem, and that's why actually now some of these communities thought that maybe through a cooperative model they could not just solve their own housing problem, but also actually maybe share with other communities who also have a housing deficit their experience, and revive a little bit the cooperative movement in Colombia. Colombia, yes, is a very neoliberal state, not encouraging at all housing cooperatives, so there are no enabling mechanisms, but there is a legal framework for housing cooperatives. So that exists, but the enabling instruments, we have seen this morning from the city of Zurich how important it's not just to have a legal framework, but also have financial support systems, technical support, and all that is currently not existing. And with the result, I mean, these people at present are still living in very precarious conditions. The fact that they are ex-combatants who are pushing for housing cooperatives also doesn't necessarily make it easier, because of course the government is slightly reluctant towards collective reincorporation of ex-combatants. They would rather like to disperse these communities. But from their side, having lived for many years together, they really perceive themselves as a community, as a family, and so there is really this desire of remaining together. But this shows you a bit the housing conditions. This is a sort of social housing provided by the government, obviously very inadequate. So there is really a need to come up with innovative housing solutions. Yes, this is the Ciudadela de Paz where we work. So they gave themselves the name of City of Peace. So there is really a very strong commitment from their side towards this peace process, but at the same time, really, they are also facing many challenges. This is our first visit. This is when they started the model house they built with stabilized earth blocks, and now then I will tell you about the second phase of our project. This is to give you a bit an idea about the context, the stabilized earth blocks that they are already producing, the settlement plan they made. But then the second phase of our project was very interesting too, because what we did, we went with our students to Ciudadela de Paz, and so together also with the students from Colombia. And what we realized during the first phase is that everybody was focused very much on the housing, on the dwelling, which is understandable because these communities really had a desperate need for housing, but they were a bit neglecting the collective spaces. They knew that they needed collective spaces, they wanted them, but so far they hadn't spent many thoughts on the collective spaces. So we had a workshop with the community, and we identified what type of collective spaces they actually needed, what type of spaces they wanted. So it came, you know, they needed a kindergarten, they needed a cultural center, they needed green spaces, they needed also to resettle the productive cooperatives to give space to the houses. They wanted to promote ecotourism and wanted some infrastructure around that to manage collectively. So what we did with our students for 1 week, so there were like 7 projects and for 1 week our students, groups of students from Colombia together with our students, developed concepts for these communal spaces. And the students were very motivated because they knew that at the end of this week, the community would be presented these projects, and they could then choose one project that we would be able to realize with the funding or with the Solidarity Fund of ABZ. So basically, we said we cannot do everything, but at least one of these projects, and it's your choice, will be developed. And so that's how we worked for 1 week with the communities, and there was a lot of interaction. I mean, the process of developing these ideas for the kindergarten, for the cultural center, for the greenery was really done together with the community. So there was quite of course, a bit of a competition between the groups because everybody, of course, wanted their project at the end to be the one chosen by the community. And so this is when we were working there. And yeah, you'll see here the images, okay, in the house. And yeah, that's, I was hoping, I thought that there were some images also of the projects the students developed, but somehow they must have got lost. I don't know why. But anyhow, at the end of this week, the community chose actually the project which for them was a priority, which was the resettling the productive cooperatives, because they were a bit standing in the way now for continuing the construction. So this project is now going on. I mean, now we are actually, and here is where the role of Urbamonde is very important, because at some point we, as an academic institution, had to step back also, because for us it's very complicated from a legal institutional point of view to be directly engaged in supervising or in, there was at the ETH a bit the liability issues, also getting more directly into construction, and Urbamont had no such fears or issues, and so actually took over the management now under supervision of this project. So yes, to conclude, yeah, this is an example. What I wanted really to show is how important this collaboration between academia, between cooperatives with NGOs can be, and what an important role and responsibility also we as academic institutions have in the promotion of housing cooperatives and in the promotion of the right to housing. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry? I can read it.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And yeah, from the point of view of Urbamonde, it's also very interesting to get involved in such processes and it's crucial and important to collaborate with academic actors and different professionals in our different international cooperation projects supporting local communities. This aspect of technical assistance is key to make also a project successful. And I think also Lumanti will speak a little bit about it through her experience in Asia. Maybe just a few words on this role of academic actors and how you identify the main challenges to bring more younger people also to get involved in this kind of collaborative participatory processes and get to know a little bit also more about these models that exist that happen to be sometimes invisible in the academic courses. How do you identify solutions to maybe improve a little bit these aspects, also working for a big school like ETH?
Well, I don't think
I think you have, yeah, no mind.
I don't really see that many challenges. I think it's just a matter of wanting to do it. And I think, I must say, I lived and worked for many years in Asia. And when I came to Zurich, I was actually for myself, the cooperatives were discovered. And this was only 6 years ago. And for me, maybe because for me, I didn't take it for granted, I got extremely interested and curious about the model. And I, of course, because I lived so many years in the developing countries and where I experienced and witnessed severe housing problems, I immediately started thinking, well, we have to share this knowledge and experience. And I saw that there was a strong reception immediately. I mean, there was a very strong interest from the Swiss side. I think there was an openness towards emphasizing this theme more within the educational framework. There was an interest to collaborate with universities in other countries. We work with the University of Montevideo in Uruguay. And in that sense, I don't see that many challenges except motivating, having the motivation and keeping this motivation alive. And I think for the moment we are doing quite well. I think there is a great interest in the topic, and I see, yes, that an academic institution can really have a very important role in a sort of disseminating at different levels of the society, the cooperative model.
Thank you. Maybe we can give the floor to Lumanti Yoshi, who is here coming from Nepal. So she got her visa. She managed to get here. And we're very happy she traveled all the way to be with us and present a little bit more about the Asian context. Lumanti is an architect working with urban poor communities in Nepal since 2008. She's an active member of the Community Architects Network and of the Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, which is based in Bangkok. She has been working with Lumanti Support Group for Shelter, which is an NGO in Nepal from 2008, and is currently working as a program manager for housing in Nepal. She will be presenting the Asian context and how collective and cooperative housing, it's not exactly the model of housing cooperative like we know it, but it's really community-led housing initiatives too, and based on collective and participatory approaches. And she will tell us a little bit more about this Asian Coalition for Housing Rights.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Leah, for the introduction, and thank you, Cooperative Housing International, for this opportunity to give us space to share our experience. Today, I'm representing Lumanti as well as Asian Coalition for Housing Rights. Asian Coalition for Housing Rights is a network of organizations, community-based organizations, NGOs working for the rights of the low-income community, especially the housing rights of the poor and low-income communities across Asia. So we are based in different Asian countries, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand. Like, we are a network of like more than 19 countries across Asia. So today I'll be speaking about city-wide housing solutions for the people and by the people. So we believe in community-led processes and then keeping people at the center while designing these housing projects. So this is the scene you can see in almost all of the Asian cities. So people migrate to the cities, and because of the lack of housing solutions in the cities, in the urban centers, people end up living in like slums, like in a very bad conditions, which does not have any access to basic infrastructure like water and sanitation. This is a scene you can see all over Asia. So why are these problems there? So basically the problems arise due to the top-down approach. So the government comes up with designs which are not appropriate for the families, appropriate for the communities. The families are not consulted. There are no housing policies. It is completely led by the private sector, and you know that private sector are more interested in money, finances, earning income, but they're not concerned about the rights of the housing of the poor communities. And the land in all of the Asian countries are very high, which the poor communities cannot afford at all. And there is no finance, flexible finance. You can see in, I think it's a very good example in Zurich that the government is quite positive about the finance and all, but in case of Asian cities, the access to flexible finance for the poor is non-existent. And the government does not have much knowledge on how to work with the poor communities. The cities cannot cope with the kind of development. It's like Asian cities are like one of the highest urbanization rates, so it cannot meet up with the needs, housing needs of the poor communities. So the other thing is like when the government come up with like housing projects for the poor communities, they often think about moving the people away from the city, very far away from their livelihood. So it makes them more poor. And you can see a lot of eviction happening in these Asian cities. So the key points is like why the cities or the housing have been developed by the government is only by the government and only by the private sector only. Why not we retarget the people as a subject or the drivers in the city where the housing has another alternative where the people play a key role, so they are part of the social units. They're linking together to co-live in the communities where they manage to help each other in a more collective way, and then they are part of the system where it's more participatory. They have the right to voice their issues in front of the government agency as well. So the other approach is like, why not have like a kind of a city-wide approach while making a development process for the low-income communities because it's more sustainable and more integrated with the city development where there's a strong participation of the people themselves. So generally what happens when an organization or develop a housing project, or for example, in a government develops a project, they focus on just one or two model projects, which is very beautiful, and then it's complete, and then the effect is not for the other communities in the cities. It's like it's a single beautiful project in the city, but the other communities do not benefit from that in the city. So why not have like a kind of a citywide development approach? So we really need to focus on new ways to support and bring in new tools, new forms of financial mechanism, new regulations in place, which helps the poorer communities across Asia to have a better housing solutions. So we generally focus on these 4 different aspects of different strategies when we do a housing project in a city. So it's like more active demand driven, so where the poor communities themselves play an important key role and they are the owner of the project. They are not like a recipient of the project. So they are involved from the beginning of the project for like designing, getting ideas, solutions. It's done with the people, and it's more like a citywide approach, which can make a change in the real scale of the problem, covering all the poor communities, where the city, it's like a decentralized work to the community and the cities. They work as a partner. They have like a city joint committee to discuss about these issues on housing. And then we have a system where the finances is flexible. This is helpful for building new active community finance, and then also help build like city development fund in the cities. So we just do not focus in just housing, like single housing, but like we take like a kind of an integrated approach where we build the new community, the infrastructure, and also have like a better social, economic, and democratic and healthy community. So I will be sharing an example of a project which we did in 2009 till 2014. It's called Asian Coalition for Community Action. In short, we call it ACA project, which has helped to demonstrate ways to illustrate these issues, these approaches, which has helped to build a new way of collaborating in the city. So the project was implemented in more than 19 countries across Asia, and then 215 cities in all these the cities you can see in the map. So it was funded by Gates Foundation. The budget was like around 14 million US dollars. And it has helped like more than 140 housing projects across these cities, benefiting 10,280 families, and 50,000 families were indirectly benefited from this, the project. And it has also helped to set up 136 city development fund, where the community themselves are like a key actors in managing these funds. And the community, there are more than 400,000 members in these cities who are managing this fund, and they have a collective saving of like 34 million US dollar So the basic idea is like it's completely community-led. It's implemented by project, by the people. It's demand-driven, based on concrete action, driven by the real need. It is citywide, and it's very strategic in planning. And this is done in partnership with the government. It's not like community doing alone or the NGO doing alone. It's like a partnership which is formed at the city level to address the housing needs of the poor communities in the city. And basically all these actions and inactivities are aiming for like a structural change. the change in like making the people more proactive, and also change in the process in how the cities have been working. So we had like a very little funds for like each project. There were like three components. We had a small amount for small scale infrastructure project, like $15,000 US for city. And then we have like one project which the community collectively identify with the city to do like a pilot housing project, which can be replicated in the other communities in the city. So like around $40,000 per community in your city, and then just $33,000 for like coordination and things like that. And then we invested a lot of time in like exchange visits, where the community from one country or like one city can learn from the community in the other country or the city. So it's the exchange visits really help to replicate these, in not just in these ACA cities, but like the other cities across the countries as well. So this has been like a tool, a process where people uncover their potential and then help to create like a new understanding about the community, and also build a good relationship among themselves as well as with the others. So the first approach, the first process which adapt is for the citywide planning is like we organize the communities, and the communities themselves do like a kind of a survey of the slum communities in the city. So this is to make, usually when you see a city map owned by the government, these poor communities, these informal settlements are not there in the map. So this is a process to make the poor communities in the city more visible. So the communities themselves go from one, the community organizations, they go from one community to another, just to map, like identify the issues, what are in their communities, and what are the solutions which the people find that they think should be the solution for their housing needs. So this like a participatory map, like you put a big map of the city, and the community from the representatives from different communities come together, they map, like they just see where the community, their communities are, then they identify, they share the information about the community, the issues and the challenges. And this is also to come and think about as a citywide approach. So generally what happens is like a community thinks that the issue is only theirs, and then when they come together to do this mapping, they identify and say, this issue is in our area as well, so this issue is in our area, so why don't we work together and collaborate to solve the issues? And that like it's not like just identify the challenges and the issues, but they also come up with the solutions. Like for example, there's the communities which can be relocated, or communities which can be like upgraded. So that kind of solutions, they prepare these maps to share with the local government. And it's like a joint information of all the poor communities in the city. So what we see in case of the low-income community is like the banks, the commercial sector, they are very much reluctant to provide the finance to do the housing projects. Finance is the most important aspect of, if you want to do any housing project, you need money to do that. Like, but if you don't have that in hand, it's very difficult for especially the poor communities to do to access the finance for do that. So what we do is we organize the communities through saving activities, especially the women in the community, they come together and save. The saving amount is very low, very less. It's like 100 rupees, that's like $1 a month. So when the women in not just one community, but like across the city come together and they pool in like a $1, and then if you have more than 30,000, then you have a pool of money which they use it for different purposes. So they save for a variety of activities, save for housing, they save for healthcare, they save for education. So that money that belongs to the people themselves. So they use it in a way they want it. So it's very flexible. And then that has empowered the women, the poorest, the women in the community, as well as built like a confidence among them. And then they have also sometimes used these funds to leverage funds from the commercial banks and also leverage funds from the local government to invest in the housing needs of the communities in their city. So it's like a more collective collectivity in the action. For example, in Nepal, the commercial banks were very much reluctant to invest in the poor communities because they feel that they are not credit worthy. So we did a pilot project in a city called Pokhara, where we brought a commercial bank, and then the cooperative also invests some amount as a fund, as a guarantee fund, and also from Lumanti we also invest some amount as a guarantee. So that was a pilot project which we did, and then the repayment from the community has been very good. So it's like 100% repayment, and people pay on time. So the banks have also seen that they are quite bankable, and they're more honest compared to the other people. So earlier it was like the project was in funding 80% of the total cost, and then only 20% from the bank. But now it has completely changed. Now it's more like 70% from the bank and 30% from the project. So that has really changed the way the things work. So what we do is like we also bring the community and the city, the local government together. We form like a committee at the city level where the community representatives as well as the city representatives, the mayors, the deputy mayors, the other city officials, they come together. There are city development funds where there is like a representatives from the government as well as from the community managing it. So the interest rates are very low, and the communities can take loans for housing or for infrastructure development from the City Development Fund. And then that also has given a space for the city and the communities to come together and discuss about the issues and then also find the solutions to that. So in these city development committees, we also bring in other stakeholders like the academia, where their expertise are used. And then that will help to support the community process on the ground. So as Leah had mentioned, okay. So we are community architects network, who are supporting community processes on the ground. So we believe that the solutions lie within the community members itself. So we organize a lot of regional meetings, regional exchanges, where we bring in community from different areas and then work together to find like solutions for the housing issues in the city. So these are some of the pictures of these participatory planning process with the community in Myanmar. This was a community which was in fact affected by cyclone Nargis, and then we did like a participatory planning with the community in Myanmar. This is an example from a slum community, in Janaida in Bangladesh, where we sat with the women and then developed the housing solutions. And the project itself was like completely managed by the families themselves. So this is another example of a participatory planning which happened in Nepal after the 2015 earthquake. So there we did develop like a kind of a reconstruction plan with the community. So we also use the upgrading projects to bring in, it's like a tool to bring in the community together. They provide they also leverage funds from their own saving as well as are able to leverage funds from the government also. So it's like organizing them, bringing together for developing these projects. These are some of the examples of the housing which the people did. It's very modest. It's like it's the affordability, because we are talking about the poor communities, so it's more affordable for them. So some examples. This is like So there were as part of the ACA project, there were like more than 51% of the housing which we did was like on-site upgrading, very less for the, like only 11% for the relocation. And then we have the different city funds in 98 cities with a total of 5.6 million US dollars, which they are still revolving it for addressing different issues in the name. So this way we have been able to develop like a new politics of collaboration and building local partnership with the community as well as the city. So what happens is like when there is a project completion, we invite the local mayor or a local authority to come and then inaugurate it, so that it's like they feel that they're also part of the process, and then they feel proud, and then also invest more in the low income communities. So we believe in doing a lot of regional learning and sharing. So we have this is not just for the community members, also for the government agencies. Like if good work is being done, for example, in Bangkok, and then we also bring in the authorities from Nepal to go and see and then adapt it in their own context as well. So it happens for the community members as well. So bottom-up approach is the best approach to address these issues. And then we believe that people are the solutions to the challenges, and also we must do this in all of the process, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shumanti, for this inspiring example of work on a very large scale. It's quite impressive to bring that many organizations together, and yeah, I think it will inspire also other projects here in Europe to work closer together across the borders. I don't know how we are with the time, if we have some time to open the floor to the audience, or 2 questions? 2 questions from the public, if you want to ask something to our speakers. There is one.
Microphone. There's a lot of enthusiasm for the ACA project online. It's amazing, fantastic, some of the quotes. The question from Claudia Sanchez: is this a project which will end at a certain time in a few years, or is it something that will continue, well, maybe indefinitely or for a very long time? What is the future on ACA?
The project was from 2009 till 2014, but like given that the people were involved, the processes have been like carried on forward beyond the project life as well. So the people in these cities are continuing this process.
Another question. No question. I think there will be time afterwards to exchange with all our speakers, and there's a lot to learn from these examples. I also think that they highlighted quite well, and you mentioned the ecosystem of actors, how important it is to establish all these partnerships, to have at the basis the very strong and organized communities, and then bring them together. I think in Asia, and the Asian Coalition for Housing Rights works on that, bringing different communities together to form stronger movements. We have it here in Switzerland with the National Federation of Housing Cooperatives. It's also in Italy with the National Federation, who is doing an important work of advocacy also, and trying to improve the conditions to develop these models. You mentioned also actors from the social and solidarity economy, like ethical banks, which are key actors. And we didn't mention it with the Colombian project, but the community also got some loans from an ethical bank in Colombia. So this is also an important type of actors to collaborate with and try to scale up to have more of these actors present in different contexts. And at the end also, technical assistance, academic work, all these people have to work together and bring together their knowledge. But solutions are there, and if the right support is there, I think we can really improve the models and achieve the right to adequate housing through these community-led housing initiatives. And not to mention international solidarity, and I think that's the next topic. So thank you very much.
So just a few notes for the speakers' presentations. We're going to be sharing them with everyone via the newsletter. So if you haven't subscribed to the Symposium newsletter, we're going to send out a link to all the presentations, so you can stop taking photos of each slide. It's a little bit late to tell you that, but better late than never. And also forgot to mention that Nelly has been, the photographer has been going around taking lots of photos. And so just to let you know about that, and then we'll be sharing those as well via the newsletter, via the website as well. And we also have the Swiss television who have just arrived, so you'll see the large camera over there, and they'll be filming some images and then doing some interviews after the last panel discussion. And yeah, so I'm going to present our last session. So this panel discussion is about unlocking cooperation for a more sustainable and equitable future. So after hearing about all the various initiatives that are going on around the different countries, now is the time to discuss how we can work together in order to help build more cooperative housing. And we have panelists who are from Switzerland, the USA, and the UK, as well as Serbia/Netherlands. And we have Blaise Lambert, who is the moderator. He's the CEO of the Confederation of Cooperative Housing in the UK. And he's also the treasurer of Cooperative Housing International, and also the representative of the housing sector on the global board of the International Cooperative Movement, among other functions, I imagine. Blaise is very engaged in the co-op movement in the UK and at the international level, and an innovator. So he's the perfect person to moderate a panel discussion about unlocking cooperation. So without further ado, welcome, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Is everybody hearing my... Oh, that's good. I've not used one of these before. So yes, welcome to the final session, everyone. I'm going to introduce you to our speakers one at a time. Give them the opportunity to come and do a brief presentation about who they are, the organisation they represent, and the role that they have within the organisation. And then I've got a sort of number of can-opener questions that I'm going to use to open the discussion up here on stage. And then I suppose when we're all talked out up here, I'll be opening things up to yourselves for questions and subjects for further conversation and discussion. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you to our first speaker for this session. Suzanne Lersch is a retired architect and urban planner who's worked for many years in Central America and in the town and country planning department at the Canton of Geneva. She's also devoted much of her time to supporting women's movements at local and international level. She currently lives in a cooperative of which she's an active member. Suzanne is a volunteer project officer and a member of the Committee of Management of Urbamont Suisse, where she's responsible for follow-up and support, where she's responsible, amongst other things, for follow-up work and supporting a project for housing cooperatives in Nicaragua. So, Suzanne, can I hand over to you?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be invited to speak in this meeting. Very briefly, I will remember you what is Urbamonde. Our main objective is to support sustainable cities by and for its inhabitants. And we have 4 major commitments, but in fact we are a small association and we have 7 paid part-time staff divided between France and Switzerland, with a lot of voluntary work in an attempt to meet the ambitious objectives that are described here. So, we try to be present both at a very local level with our partners in the south and at the international level with the animation and coordination of a network called the Cohabitat Network, which was already mentioned today. There is therefore also in this role that we are involved in this symposium. As a common practice in the cooperative movement, we believe in the exchange of experience and have also, we also believe in the exemplary strengths of the project came out, which are the best ambassadors of the Via Cooperativa, which is more necessary than ever. We support 2 main projects with technical support in the field of international cooperation, one in Senegal and another in Nicaragua. We also support projects in Uruguay, in Brazil, and in other countries of Africa and in Asia. Today, we are going to talk briefly about our cooperation projects in Senegal and Nicaragua, which are for us learning territories, sources of reflection fed by the strong practices led by our partner. Our partner are Urbasen in Senegal, with an umbrella organization, which is the Senegalese Federation of Inhabitants, Multipro in Nicaragua, which is a technical unit which is working with the SECOVI, which is the umbrella organization of the cooperative in Nicaragua in the Matagalpa department. We support the technical assistance work of this organization, which accompanies the cooperative in the process of constitution. Everybody knows here about how complex is this work and how much it requires social, economic, and technical skills, to which perseverance, patience, and a good dose of imagination is also required. It should be noted that at the Swiss level, we are the only association involved in community-led housing projects in international cooperation. In particular, the Swiss government corporation doesn't take housing as a topic. There is absolutely no space for this, so we hope that with the collaboration with ETHZ and the major university, maybe we can open some doors. Unlocking cooperation in these various forms is therefore a real concern for the implementation of the right to adequate housing, for which the members of the cooperative we support are working so actively. Now, how to unlock cooperation to make real our partners' projects in the South, those who are struggling with difficult economical, environmental, climatic, and political contexts. As you know, the situation in Senegal and Nicaragua has little to do with the situation we know in Switzerland and in Europa. knowing that the improvement of this situation in the current international situation is not foreseeable that in the short term it will improve. It's rather a question of providing tools to strengthen the movement in the long term. What has been set up for some years and has shown some good results so far, and during the health crisis as well, are the local revolving fund. So we have the example of Senegal. I am not going into the detail of this process, but you can see that it's a complex, interesting process, which has done a very good result in a few years. And we have another fund in Nicaragua, which is also a complex local process, and who has done también as well some results, mainly to buy land for the cooperative. So we are not going to detail the complexity of the mechanisms that are set up locally. They are using very precise regulation in order to make it possible for the local organization to self-manage this fund. But we just want to share a few thoughts about this tool. This fund plays a role of lever, that's it, points of support to multiply forces, as the dictionary said. Actually, in both countries, the members of this cooperative are de facto excluded from the commercial banking system, with the effect of blocking the project. Individually, the members do not meet the financial requirement, and the cooperative are not recognized as subject of collectively assumed credit. Therefore, the local revolving fund has a financial function. It makes it possible to acquire the land, for example, but it's also a powerful lever for building self-confidence and collective organization, and for developing the skill of the cooperator. The collective repayment of the loan is a test for the cooperative management capacity. Before accessing to the land, they also had to demonstrate their capacity to save collectively 20% of the request amount. The cooperators also know that their monthly payment go back into the fund that belongs to them, so that they are re-injecting into other collective projects. Access to land made possible by the fund represents the beginning of the concretization of the project. Exerting his own initiative is an important motivating factor at the various stages of this operation. Having his own land increases the capacity of the cooperative to negotiate with the local government, which are also partners whose collaboration is essential for the realization of the project. This whole process is also helping to build confidence about alternative finance actors who are openly investing in the non-profit housing sector. Unfortunately, there are still very few of them, but we are actively working with our partner to open new doors in this field. We have to note as well that construction costs are rising both here and there. Alternative solution using local material like bamboo or adobe is being tested, but the implementation is complex. It's important to underline that the local Solidarity Fund plays the role of leverage, but cannot meet the totality of the investment need during the construction phases. During this phase, the addition to the local fund, public and private subsidy and affordable loans must be actively sought in order to cover the cost of the construction. So in this field, we have a nice example to show you. It's an example of solidarity between cooperatives. Here is the case of La Cooperativa Victoria de Julio in Nicaragua, which is where a combination of funding allowed the project to start. They got a government subsidy, a fund from the local revolving fund, and an important grant from ABZ, which are happy to thank here. And we also made a small crowdfunding campaign, and this allows this project, which is a small project but very important because there are people who are agricultural workers. So we had of course, there are also problems and difficulties encountered along the way, like delays of payment, of turnover of members. But the local fund flexibility and spirit of solidarity between the cooperative usually allows solutions to be found. Well, I hope these few elements will give you the desire to know more about this project and give you and you want to get involved in one way or another. We are at your disposal for any question with Leah, which is somewhere here, and in our website where you can find many information. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. And we'll move on to our second speaker. It's Anna Jokic. Anna is an architect with over 20 years of international experience through her spatial study, Stealth.Unlimited, which is based in Belgrade and Rotterdam. She's pioneering unconventional approaches to the challenges of contemporary urban development. Anna is a founding member of the association Kogradi Grad. That's my best pronunciation, from Belgrade in Serbia, setting up a new non-speculative housing cooperative model in Serbia, and founding director of, I'm sorry, I can't possibly manage that, but I think it's in Zagreb. I'll leave you to say more. The first housing cooperative established in Belgrade in the last 20 years. She's also a member of the board of management of the regional umbrella European Cooperative Society MOBA Housing, and is also one of the founder members of the energy cooperative Elektropionir in Belgrade. She holds a PhD from the Royal Institute of Art in Stockholm. Anna.
I realize there is a bunch of us who are architects on this panel who are dealing with very different issues, mainly actually related to finance for housing, which is not our original expertise, but somehow the necessity brings us to deal with these issues, which go out of our zone of confidence. I will here very briefly speak about additional aspects of MOBA, because this morning Zsuzsi presented mainly our MOBA Accelerator, and I will give a wider context of how MOBA came together and what we are doing. So because this session is on unlocking cooperation, actually the MOBA itself is an example of cooperation between organizations from 5 different countries so far. So we started in 2017 as an unofficial network of pioneering housing cooperatives initiatives from Central and Southeastern Europe. We met at an event in Berlin, which was dedicated to citizens-led, community-led housing. And there are some other people here, like Clemens from the Netherlands, who were witnesses actually of this very kind of intense few days in which we
very quickly realized that needs and obstacles that in these pioneering groups in these 5 Central and Southeastern European countries had are very similar, from the lack of support of government or regulations for our work to finance, which was one of the key issues actually that made us think what would be the way to go on together. And we literally in one day, in 45 minutes discussion, decided that we should work together. And since then, it's passed 5 years and a lot of stuff happened. This photo has been made in January 2019 when we had like a 1-year celebration of our meetings. And very intense meetings which were happening like each 2-3 months until COVID struck, and that bit stopped us, but now we are again like live and kicking. What is really, I think, the essence of MOBA is that what we see, and I hope also you see, potential of these joining forces by these different groups from 5 different countries to actually be game changers and to make a sort of domino effect which can, in our region, actually demonstrate the true number of pilot development projects. This approach is not just desirable by us who are, let's say, the first groups, but also viable. I have also to say that one of the things that also we recognized among each other when we met for the first time was that each of our group was not there just to resolve their own housing need for this particular group of people, but was looking at systemic solutions, at widening the scope, at really being the first ones to open the doors for many others. To set a wave and also to trigger possibly a shift in the housing market, or at least open possibility for other forms of living than a private ownership, which is, as we heard this morning, the dominant form of housing. And for instance, in Serbia, 98% of housing is privately owned, 1% is social housing. Which is really gives a very limited scope for people to hope for anything else. And with this, we also hope to improve the housing opportunities in the region. And as I said, there are 5 groups from Zagreb, Ljubljana, Budapest, Prague, and Belgrade that set up MOBA, but as founding members, let's say. But since the very start, we have a really very strong support from Urban Mond, World Habitat, and the Cooperative for Ethical Financing from Croatia. And actually, this collaboration with these 3 organizations, there were also some other organizations who were from time to time present, but these 3 really are keeping strong with us from the beginning until now. This collaboration made us really daring to make a step, for instance, towards the MOBA Accelerator, which you heard about this morning, especially collaboration with the Cooperative for Ethical Financing, which is the first on the way to become ethical bank in the territory of, for instance, of former Yugoslavia, like Southeast Europe. They are also the largest cooperative in Croatia with 1,000-something members, which are not just individuals, but are also some smaller cities, municipalities, companies. And with that also Cooperative for Ethical Financing is for us somehow expanding the ecosystem of collaboration between different cooperatives. There has been a number of times mentioned different, let's say, concepts of this housing model. Basically, in MOBA, not all the 5 pioneering projects have an identical housing model, but there are major principles which we all share, which is that the projects are community-led, that there is collective home ownership, that there is economic participation in a part, and then partially it's right of usage or rental, and cooperative setup. Not necessarily all the groups are legally cooperatives, because the cooperative format maybe does not allow what we actually want in this context. For instance, I come from a housing cooperative, but in another context, there might be an association but with the cooperative, let's say, intentions. And following 3 years of work and also a research, what would be a good form of organization for us in 2020, just before the COVID pandemics was announced, the 29th of February, which is also a nice date, we have registered, or we had our founding assembly of MOBA, European Cooperative Society. Now, some of you might have heard about European Cooperative Society, some maybe not. So this is a legal form which is possible on the level of European Union, which can function across borders. So we were looking for a form of functioning which is then allows this what started to grow as an informal network into something that would be legally recognized. It has to be registered in an EU country, but can have membership outside of it. And as Serbia is not a part of EU, then we could not register MOBA in Serbia, but Serbian member can be a member of MOBA. So we registered it in Croatia. And there were two reasons to do it in Croatia. One was this ecosystem that I said around the cooperative for ethical financing, which made us possible to already connect with people who knew legally better than in some other contexts. And the other one was that it was possible for cooperative to have a non-for-profit status, which was for us very important and relevant, and that was the decision to go for it. There was somewhere after Ruži's presentation this morning a question what MOBA means. So MOBA is a word which comes from Serbo-Croatian language, and it means self-help through mutual aid. It has been originally actually used mainly in villages where families were helping each other to finish harvesting, to put tiles on the roof, without financial compensation, but with the expectation that once you help someone, someone else is going to help you. And so we use this word, like it sort of became archaic word, but we bring it and give it a new meaning. And this, let's say, mutual help or collaboration for us goes through a number of activities. One is that we are building capacity together and share knowledge. Some of our groups are better in one aspect of things, while others in other. For instance, our group in Belgrade is maybe stronger in the spatial and architectural side, while another one is better in the maybe more the financial things or in some other parts. We are not just looking together for grants, but we have set up also with help of World Habitat internal grant scheme. So we get, for instance, now at this stage it's just World Habitat, but hopefully some other organizations as well. A granting system in which we together decide how we are going to use it. We have also this fundraising we do together, advocacy and mobilization. For instance, now we are running a quite large research project, which is on one hand to show the needs for the kind of housing that we are advocating for and are introducing into practice. And on the other hand, we are doing also research on possibilities for financing among various financial actors and mobilization through that. And the last one here written is financial support and intermediation, which is basically MOBA Accelerator, which you heard more about this morning. And this last slide brings us to the point, how can this mutual aid or MOBA translate then internationally across the, further beyond the MOBA region. And we have mentioned already that we had the support also from ABZ to set up actually the European Cooperative Society in its first stage, where we needed to put 30,000 euros initial capital, and part of it came through Fund Action, which is an activist network which some of us are part of, and another part came also from ABZ. Then there are other possibilities like transferring knowledge, direct solidarity in investment between co-ops, which hopefully is not just MOBA related, but also goes wider than that. Collectively stepping up to convince larger actors like public and private. And if we come back to these financial things, there are needs, for instance, for this patient finance for community-led housing. And one of the exchanges, for instance, that we had during last years was with the CLT network from Northwest Europe on possibility how to do this collectively, because also in that part of Europe there are needs for other financing than from commercial banks. So that is it for me for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. Our third speaker is Nathanael Eld from ABZ in Zurich, Switzerland's largest housing co-op, and as many of you will have heard through the day, an organisation that does a lot of work in providing solidarity outside of Switzerland. And she holds a PhD in architecture and is a member of a board of a variety of organisations, cooperatives in Switzerland. Can I introduce Nathanael to speak next, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. We heard about ABZ already several times today, so I'm really pleased to stand here as a representative of ABZ myself. The focus this afternoon is the Solidarity Fund, and I really hope we'll have a bit of time to discuss. You see, I took the question to introduce myself really serious, but never mind. I can also, of course, I'm pleased to talk about the different organizations. I'm glad to represent. One is ABZ. I will come to ABZ again. Then I'd like to mention Mehr als Wohnen, because ABZ, the largest and an old traditional cooperative, Mehr als Wohnen, a younger, still smaller, middle cooperative, very innovative. That's also what is the goal. There were beginning 30, at the end 50 local cooperatives that founded together with the WBG, a new cooperative, also with the goal of innovation and research. So they work not only for themselves, but they evaluate things they do and bring it back to our movement, good examples, etc. Then perhaps something you might be surprised to read. Logiswiss AG means public limited company, but also non-profit. Many cooperatives are not really fast. We were talking about land. It's difficult to get land, not only because of the costs, but also it just goes often too fast. Logiswiss is there aren't members that have to vote on a project, so they can act much faster, develop projects into different stages, and have really the goal to build for themselves, but also to develop for local cooperatives and provides them of occasions that otherwise they wouldn't have. And I think that's very typical for our movement in Switzerland. We have extremely different players. All of them have a good reason for being, and working together gives the possibility to have best ownership in different situations. And as we understand as a movement, it's also important to have Wohnbaugenossenschaften Zurich here, but of course also the really umbrella organization of housing cooperatives, Wohnbaugenossenschaften Schweiz. There on both levels also, we stand there on a political view for our movement. This morning we heard about Solinvest, one of the foundations of Wohnbaugenossenschaften Schweiz. I'm the president of Solinvest, another foundation also of WBG, where we also provide, but even in an early stage, where smaller, newly founded cooperatives never will get any money from banks or either who, even not from the Solifond, to start their cooperative. But now to ABZ. We understand us as a community, sustainable, democratic, and solidary. Founded is the ABZ 1916. That's about the time we heard this morning from Karin Vasella, a time of not only housing shortages, but also really, really poor housing conditions for many people. After 105 years, ABZ grew slowly but steadily to one of the biggest housing cooperative in Switzerland. I know you're from abroad, so for some of you, 5,000 apartments is large, and for others, that's practically nothing or really small. We're located in and around Zurich. Already this morning we talked about cost rental. That means also that our rents are about 25 to 40% below market. So that's a real profit for people lucky enough to be able to live with us. And that's of course something that's not only ABZ, that's for all or nearly all housing cooperatives in Switzerland. With this 5,100 apartments, we have 12,500 residents and more than 8,000 members. Members that may vote. And I think another thing I didn't write, but it's really important, is the housing, I don't know if it's the right word in English, housing security, but really that the people have the right to live with us. We have certain rules. That means that you may only occupy a certain amount of rooms, and if your kids move out, you have to move to a smaller apartment, but you have the right for another apartment. So I guess I made pretty clear that it's a privilege, or you can be lucky to live with one of the housing cooperatives in Switzerland. To us, that's also something that we think a good reason to be solidary with other people that perhaps aren't that lucky. Already for many, many years we do have a solidarity fund. For a long time it was, we used it mainly to support our own tenants in financial distress. And I must admit, we collected money and money and money. What's of course a good sign that it wasn't that much needed. On the other hand, we thought that, we should do something with it. We had an intensive and interesting process with our members. Also a collaborative process to develop new ideas. The result was our Vergabe conference or award conference, where our members and people and tenants discuss projects and then also can vote on projects we support. These projects should be like social, cultural, ecological projects and all related to housing. And I guess, yeah, the best result or the nicest I can tell is all the projects you have seen today, but at least 3 projects supported by ABZ. That brings me to thank our members, because with their donation or contribution of only 5 francs a month an apartment, we are at the moment able to do this. And on the other hand, really to thank all the engaged people with their projects, because I think that's the only way that our little money makes such a difference. Your engagement enlarges the impact, and so really thank you. And I guess next year by end of March we'll have even more projects submitted to our Vergabe conference. Thank you.
And now our final speaker in this session, Maggie O'Connor. Maggie's been involved in co-ops for the last 6 years and currently lives in the Intercooperative Council in Ann Arbor in Michigan. She's been a board member of NASCO since early 2021, NASCO being the North American Students for Cooperation, and currently serves as the vice president. Growing up in North Michigan, she's always held an appreciation for nature and community. Maggie's primarily interested in co-ops as a way of addressing inequality, the rising cost of housing, addressing the general ills that the capitalist system can bring, and in her free time enjoys rollerblading, taking walks by the river, and having bonfires. And over to you, Maggie.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. And if it's not already apparent, I don't know how to write a bio. That's why you heard about how much I enjoy rollerblading today. So, yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It's truly like an honor. I've enjoyed so much hearing from everyone today. It's been really inspiring and invigorating, to be honest with you, to know that this work is being done all over the world. I had a pretty limited understanding of what the context was here until I came this weekend. So, yeah, this is so as much you're giving me, hopefully just as much as I'm giving you. Okay, so I'm gonna talk today about a solidarity fund, so not unlike some other things that you've heard others talk about today as well. Ours is called the Kagawa Student Cooperative Reinvestment Fund. Sorry, I should look down here instead of up there. Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's a revolving loan fund to basically allow co-op housing to develop further in a way that is possible for them, because I think as other people identified, sometimes it's hard to find like institutions that are willing to work with cooperatives, especially in a cooperative manner. Like finding like-minded institutions to work with is really important. So let's go on to the history. And please don't get too bogged down by all the acronyms. There's a lot of jargon in here. I worry sometimes that jargon is what's holding us back because there is a lot of things to note here. But essentially, so way back in 1988, obviously well before my time. So yeah, it's an important thing to note. Like this is something that this history comes, way before myself. It still exists to this day, so I think that's a testament to, its longevity and how we can hope to use it in the future too. So way back in 1988, some folks from NCBA and CDF got a $50,000 donation to start what was called the Kagawa Development Fund. That was given to them by, I believe it is the Japanese Consumer Co-op Association. So I believe that is also what inspired the naming of the fund. It is named after Toyohiko Kagawa, who was a labor activist in Japan. So then between like 1988 and 1993, the fund grew to about $100,000. So there were a few more donations after that initial investment from JCCA, excuse me. So then move forward to 1997, CCDC stands for Campus Cooperative Development Corporation. And they were actually formed themselves not too long before the Kagawa Fund was established in the late 80s. And there, it's interesting because CCDC also kind of represents like a solidarity initiative because that in and of itself was created by basically just people that were working in the student co-op housing sector and wanted a way to be able to organize more effectively. So the CCDC board still exists today, and for example, the home co-op that I live in has representation on that board. So a memorandum of understanding was created between CCDC and CDF, which, and to be clear, I am not a finance person, just in case you're also not a finance person, an MOU is basically like, it's sort of like an understanding, it's a documented agreement of the intent of a partnership between two groups. So that is what they created between CCDC and CDF. And that created a trustee system where CCDC would propose a list of trustees that CDF would approve. And then that trustee group would be the ones evaluating loans and deciding who would get that money. So that was that. And then, sorry, gets a little, again, jargony, but so there was the Kagawa Fund. Also in 1997, they established the Kagawa Student Co-op Reinvestment Fund. And that was actually specifically made so that the fund could grow interest because the original Kagawa Fund did not do that. So that's where that started. Fast forward to 2007, there was some discontent about the way that the money had been managed in the Kagawa Fund by CDF. NASCO and CCDC expressed some concerns about that perhaps the funds weren't being used fully effectively or efficiently. So they suggested that those be moved to what was then called NCDF, but is now called Shared Capital Cooperative, that we still work with today, and suggested that they take over the management of both of those funds. CDF wanted an opportunity to figure out a system where they could more efficiently manage the fund. And so they worked really hard until about 2009. They wanted to retain that because they felt it had been trusted to them to begin with, the initial $50,000 Kagawa Fund. So they retained that, but since the KSCR fund was really solely owned by CCDC, they did determine that at that time to pull that fund away and give it to shared capital to manage. So now the Kagawa Fund and the Reinvestment Fund are separated. So go on to 2010, and those are basically split still, and they eventually get recombined in 2016 to reconsolidate those as like, so basically CDF essentially donated what was the remainder of the fund to NASCO, who reinvested it permanently into the KCSR fund. So now we have a really big fund that's all that put together that can grow interest and has sort of like a permanent portion of it that is that Kagawa Fund from CDF that was then reinvested by NASCO. And then there are the rest of the fund, which is contributed by member co-ops. For example, my member co-op has donated about $75,000, or not, I should say invested $75,000 into this fund. So so the one fund of $450,000, that allows us to give out loans to qualifying co-ops to the tune of about $40,000 to $50,000. which, to be honest with you, in the current rental market in the United States is pretty much the bare minimum that you could use to make a difference, but it has been very impactful. So I will go on now. Thanks for bearing with me through all that. I know that was a lot of like C's and D's and stuff. So who are the investors of the fund? I already kind of mentioned this, but so the NASCO equity portion makes up most of it. That is the original fund from the original Kagawa fund that NASCO, put back into the full thing. So then you can go through and look at all the other loans that have been given over the years. So for example, my co-op ICC-AA has given 3 loans of $25,000 apiece. The reason for that, which I recently learned actually, instead of giving it as one lump sum of $75,000, the advantage of chunking it up like this is because, so everything in here except for the NASCO equity portion is a term deposit. So they mature after a certain number of years, at which point it could be withdrawn if the organization chose to. But this just basically allows the money to be metered out more consistently than if it were just in one large chunk. I hope that makes sense, because again, I'm not a finance person, so this is my understanding of it though. So yeah, as you can see, lots of different organizations in here. MSU SHC is another fairly large student housing co-op in my home state of Michigan as well, at the other main public university that's in the state. So, and actually, interestingly enough to note, they are no longer members of NASCO. NASCO is a co-op association that has co-ops in it. Mine is a member of it. SHC is actually no longer, but they are still invested in the fund. Yeah, let's keep going. So the borrowers, who has gotten the money? So as you can see, over half of the loan is still totally up for grabs here. All the rest of it has been doled out to these organizations, as you can see here. The loan loss reserve, that 4.2% at the bottom, that's sort of like I understand that's sort of like an industry standard to have that would kind of absorb, like losses that were, like loan losses that were incurred over time, so that that isn't felt by the individual investors. I believe the NASCO equity portion takes care of all the actual losses, so that doesn't ever come out of anything that a co-op has invested into the fund. Yeah. So the management portion, I'm gonna hit you with a really scary looking flow chart. Woo, okay, so yeah, so this is just kind of to show a little bit about how the flow here is. So we've got CCDC. They still nominate trustees to the Kagawa Fund. Shared Capital approves those, and then Shared Capital, again, is a co-op that helps manage this fund. So that's, again, a really good example of, like, that's not a traditional bank or a traditional financial institution. That is a co-op that is going to work cooperatively with us on the shared mission and goal. So I think that's important to remember. So yeah, so they manage all the accounts for the Kagawa Student Cooperative Right Investment Fund. Co-ops can apply to get funds. That goes through the Board of Trustees. As you can see in the bottom left corner there in yellow, those are all of the investors. And there's a difference between the permanent investment that NASCO did, it's a really large chunk, and then the term investments of all the other co-ops. Yeah, so, and then of course, yeah, any borrower or investor must become a member of the Shared Capital Cooperative. Makes sense, because yeah, we love being part of as many co-ops as we can. So yeah, hopefully hopefully this is illuminating rather than mystifying. But sometimes I know the flowcharts can be a little, but yeah. So the impact, this is the fun slide. So between 1990 and 2009, this fund supported the creation or preservation of 346 units of student co-op housing. Not bad for only a $500,000 fund. You may ask, what about since 2009? Well, we don't have really good access to that data like readily at NASCO because it belongs to shared cooperative or shared capital cooperative. We can ask them for those. It was just we didn't before we made this presentation. And then currently there are like about, I think, 46 units that are being supported by money that's been given out recently. So add that to this number, plus even more from the everything from the last like 14 years or so. And yeah, it makes quite an impact. I think for me, the big takeaways here for this whole thing is that this is just an example of how you can engage a co-op community to create shared funds that serve and forward the cooperative movement. I think proper management of the fund is crucial. I think from what you saw in the timeline, you can see that there were portions of time where maybe the fund wasn't being managed as efficiently or effectively as it could have, and that does impact, the good that it can do for the movement. So I think like being really mindful about those decisions and any conflicts of interest that could arise. Like for example, one that would come up for us is that NASCO, because they invested that permanent portion of the fund, they're a trustee, but NASCO also recommends co-ops to the Kagawa Fund for projects, and actually because of the framework could get could reap like a success fee of that project coming to fruition. So these are like things to keep in mind that, could be problematic potentially and deserve some thought. It was also not a straightforward path, as you probably noticed. Things take, different forms as time goes on and problems or things are noticed kind of come up. And I think just as like a two parting quotes from, it would have been the first general manager of my home co-op, Luther Buckley. He says that a problem solved is a bond formed. So when we come together to work on something, even if it's really difficult and taxing, when it is done and you've done what you've done, then you have a bond formed. And you can use that bond to keep solving problems. Another one is that cooperation is a tool to obtain together that which cannot be obtained individually. And that is sort of like also the main point of like a fund like this, is that separate, we have nothing, together we have everything. And we are the recipients of our combined effort. So, thank you very much.
So we've heard some great stories there about collaboration and solidarity. And at this stage, we were going to show you a film about a scheme in Kenya, but the video hasn't come through in the right sort of quality. So I'm just going to quickly, and mindful of the time, quickly tell you a story about this project, Vision for Housing in Nakuru town in Kenya. So Vision for Youth Housing Cooperative in Kenya is a youth group focused on providing its members with quality housing. Based in Nakuru town, an area with an average growth rate of 3.1% per annum, compared to the Kenyan average of 2.6%, Vision 4 is providing much needed housing to this area. To understand how this cooperative works, members underwent training that helped them to put in place the structure and organisation that they now follow. The cooperative has over 120 members and has added some older members, extending its age range from 18 to 50. The pandemic had a significant impact on the cooperative's housing construction contracts, but unlike many other businesses that were forced to close in the area, this cooperative provided members with opportunities to build their way to a more economically sustainable future through income-generating activities. Thanks to a partnership with Global Communities Clear program under the USAID Cooperative Development Program, which is quite a mouthful of letters also, training on gender, good governance and equality has led to increased participation of women in cooperative operations. The youth have not been left out. They are contracted on a daily basis to make interlocking blocks for the construction of housing for members. And finally, Vision for Housing has proven that cooperatives can create income-earning opportunities that protect the environment, promote community participation, and encourage entrepreneurial spirit. Cooperatives are not only sustainable businesses, partners in locally led community redevelopment and development projects. So what I was going to ask as the first question of our panelist here was to tell us a story about a solidarity project that they've been involved in, but I think they've done that in fairly extensive detail already. So I'm going to move on to my second question as the starting point. And how do we feel that financial cooperation amongst cooperatives can provide essential capital for a more sustainable and equitable future? Who'd like to have a go on that one? Let's take the mic.
This may sound very obvious, but if you have more money, you can grow it faster. And if you can put all your money together, then you can achieve that goal like a little faster. And again, the pitfalls of that, and I think what somebody yesterday at dinner was talking about the pitfalls of democracy, which can be just that it can be difficult to like make sure you're making the right decision with everyone being the most informed that they can be. But I think that it just kind of stands to reason that the more that we can come together, the more that we can accomplish. And I don't think that could be any truer when it comes to like investment funds and endowments, because again, just the more you have there to begin with, the more it can grow and the more people it can help.
Any more for any more?
Yeah, well, we have presented this morning the MOBA Accelerator. I mean, it's obvious that we see this as a possibility and necessity also, especially for the context where there is maybe it's interesting to connect to the presentation from Barcelona, because Andres was speaking about the ethical banks, which were the precondition for the start of the cooperative housing projects in the context of Barcelona or Catalonia. And for instance, in the context where I come from, there is no any other form of finance than commercial banks. There has been a history, for instance, of the saving unions or the cooperatives, but which have been derailed and actually legally forbidden in Serbia since 2004 or 5. And in this lack and gap, let's say, we have to find other ways to do things. And when we started to think of this idea of the MOBA Accelerator, we were thinking who would be our first partners. And because there is a range of organizations that you can approach, but somehow the successful or already long existing cooperatives from other countries was for us the first turn towards. And this, let's say, the initial trigger was with ABZ, but I hope really that this is possible with other organizations, and we had also talks with you about this. So maybe you can also say from your perspective, how do you see this possible collaboration?
I think we talked a lot of money, or about money, and of course building needs a lot of money, but still also the question what you get return. And I think what's so fantastic also today is the engagement of all the people that is potential of the money, the exchange, the ideas, and we shouldn't forget that there is a lot of new ideas. You can't buy all of them with money. So thanks to all.
I quite agree with what was said just now, and I think the small tools that we experiments which are very similar to the accelerator of MOBA. Is just like the chip, the way to put in movement a process. But if we don't gain the access to ethical funds, I think it would be very, very difficult to move in contexts like we are working in, like Nicaragua and Senegal, which are other worlds. So.
I mean, I think to pick up on the offer to say something myself, I mean, one of the things that we see in the UK, and I see this in other countries as well, is, you know, we've got a lot of money in the existing housing sector, but we don't always put it to work to grow the housing sector. You know, a lot of our members hold their money in high street banks, a lot of them, you know, very large sums of money, and those banks give those co-ops next to no interest, and then they lend that money out to either people to develop competitor housing products or individual home ownership. So I think there's more of a case for us being smarter with our own money and putting it to work, which leads me on to my second question, and then I'm going to open this up for questions and comment from the floor, which is, do the panelists think, and maybe this is something that ABZ are doing, but do the panelists think that maybe co-ops should be ring-fencing some portion of their surplus each year for reinvestment in growing the sector? And as I say, that might be something you do here already in Switzerland, hence this is where maybe your solidarity funds come from. But more generally, do panelists think that that would be a useful idea for the sector to start helping to grow itself, so to say?
I think our movement does that with the different funds already we have of the Wohnbaugenossenschaften Schweiz. Is it the Solidarity Fund? Is it Solinvest? Where also other cooperatives provide money. So newer, smaller can either start their cooperative, grow, and also especially invest in innovations. So yes, but I mean, we work with cost rent, so you don't get that much money out of it. And I think we also have to be very careful with the money. It's at the end the money of our tenants we spend. But so I think it's also politics that should help the movement. We saw this morning from Zurich also how important it's for the communities to have cooperatives help providing affordable housing, because at the end that's also part of the topic, and not only in Switzerland and the big cities, the housing shortage and the prices many people can't pay anymore.
Okay. Or did you just generally agree?
I very much resonate with the point about that the money does not belong to you, it belongs to the people that paid it, and it's really important to take that seriously. And that surplus is a very foreign concept to our organizations because we're federal nonprofits. So we kind of just, we budget for expenses, and if members didn't need to pay as much as they did, they get that money back. So there's not any kind of we're not retaining that every year. But that being said, it is, I think, a good and reasonable thing to put to membership to ask if they are willing to pay a little bit more every year to be dedicated to something like that can be reinvested and used. And we do that in my own co-op, and I think a lot of other co-ops in the US do a similar thing. But I think that being intentional about these things is really important. And I think that instead of saying well, if we have any money left over, we'll do this, we should say, no, this is something that we really want to do, and we're going to make sure that it happens by budgeting for it or making a provision for it in general. because there's nothing that we have to do. There's only things that we want to do, right? Because they meet our goals and they help us move forward.
Okay, well, we've got about 5 minutes left on the session. I'm keen to give you the opportunity to feed in any comments or ask any questions. So does anybody want to indicate in the usual way that they want to ask anything or say anything? Have we got a roving mic? Do you want to introduce yourself and where you're from, first of all, and then...
Trevor James, Chairman of Co-op Link, a network organisation in the Netherlands for housing cooperatives. We're looking at other forms of finance, and what we're noticing is that if you were to go to the, for example, the European Investment Bank, or if you would go to pension funds, they require a level of financing which, at the moment, our members can't achieve. You know, they sort of say, well, come back if you've got at least 100 million and preferably more. I wonder if it'd be an idea, if certainly for the European cooperative movement, if we didn't look at working together to access money from the European Investment Bank, for example, or other large institutional forms of funding. Because we're noticing certainly in the Netherlands, due to laws which have been designed to tackle laundering of money and criminal activity and terrorism funding, it's very increasingly difficult for initiatives from citizens' initiatives, be it housing and cooperatives or others, to even open a bank account, let alone getting a loan. So maybe some international working together on this issue could be significant. And I wonder if people think that would be a good idea, or should we just stay within national boundaries?
Anybody want to take that one?
I think that would definitely be a good idea, because when we also had the talks with the Council of Europe Bank, their limit is like 10 million, above 10 million, which is for us already high. And then 100 million is even higher. So this conversation that we had, for instance, with the community land trusts from Northwest Europe are going in that direction. And I think that there is really potential to connect on these issues. So definitely, I think it's a good idea. And now, for instance, from these kind of European funds, banks are getting this money to distribute to others, and they are taking, they're putting like interest rates on it, and then they are distributing that to other projects. So, for instance, we don't need that. I mean, if this could be shortcutted, it would be much better.
Got time for one more question.
Hello, my name is Fernando. I'm from Brazil, and I would like to ask something related to solutions to combine destination to people who cannot pay anything, like homeless people, and if you have like any examples to have like different levels of rent that can create conditions to get access to those people.
I think there the situation is very different between the different countries. I can just talk about Switzerland, where we have, on the one hand, what we showed this morning, these subsidized apartments where, for instance, in Zurich, the city of Zurich and the canton of Zurich give a loan with 0% to the cooperatives to make the apartments less expensive. But still, of course, they have their price. What I think is interesting that some cooperatives have an internal system of people earning more, paying a bit more or into their own solidarity fund to make other apartments less expensive. But of course, we are still, I think, far away of the situation you have in Brazil with people that really don't get any money from anywhere.
Thank you.
And I think I'll just say quickly to wind up, I mean, that touches on a point that I've sat in many debates on in the UK and elsewhere. There's sort of two views that people have. On the one hand, this interpretation of the cooperative principle of equality and equity, meaning that everyone should pay the same. And then the other side view that people should pay something more on the basis of what they can afford to pay, which is how our taxation systems work. And it's an interesting conversation, and certainly not one in the next final 30 seconds that we're going to be able to resolve. But I think it's a very interesting subject for discussion moving forward, because there's certainly differing views on it, but there are definitely the opportunities with varying price models for people on higher incomes to be supporting people on lower or even no incomes. But again, there are some in the co-op housing world that think that that's a complete anathema to what the model should be about, which should be everyone paying the same. Anyway, can I ask that you put your hands together and show your appreciation for our speakers, our panelists for this session? And I think that somebody's making their way up, are they?
We're going to hand out some goodies.
With some goodies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's your Swiss chocolate watch. So you can arrive on time to your next appointment. Merci beaucoup. And you have one already. You don't need 2 Swiss chocolate watches.
Thank you, Julie.
So yes, thank you very much to our last panel, our last discussion of the day. Thank you so much. Just a few housekeeping news bits. In the we will send out a newsletter that's going to include the photographs of all the photos that the photographer took today, the video, and an evaluation so that you can give us some feedback on what you thought of today, what worked well, what didn't work well, and so that this information can be used for improving the next symposium, which is usually held every 3 years. This is the second one. And so we will use this information to organize the next one. We have some giveaways for participants. Don't forget to pick it up. It's in the little brown boxes there. It's a pine tree so that you can help grow the movement. And you can watch your pine tree grow and remember this memorable day today. So yes, in wrapping up, while I was listening to the discussion today, and particularly the panel discussion, I was remembering one of the initiatives that I work on, because most people who work in cooperative housing wear multiple hats, so I do as well. And one of the programs that I work on in Canada is called the Greener Co-op Microgrant Program, and it was an initiative that began 6 years ago to help housing co-ops in Canada become more environmentally aware and more sustainable, because many co-ops that were built in Canada were built in the 70s and the 80s before sustainability was really an issue. And so I rounded up the cooperative housing movement, so various local federations, credit unions, and just various co-ops are contributing to this fund. And so every year it's been growing and growing. So over the past 6 years, we've been handing out, I think it's something like $400,000 worth of microgrants to housing co-ops. There's an application process, and it's to implement, just simple initiatives, like just little things like putting up clotheslines or putting in LED light bulbs, or encouraging active transportation, so putting in bike racks, and these are just like very basic things that co-ops just didn't implement when they were built, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And so this is an example of how the co-op movement is working in solidarity to help the housing co-ops become more sustainable and more aware, and also encouraging them to adopt sustainability policies, to demand their suppliers to be more environmentally conscious. So it's amazing, like when the co-ops report back at the end of the year, they are so grateful and so thankful to, and we're just talking like, a few $1,000s, like it's anywhere from, $1,000 to, $5,000. And it just, creates this awareness with housing co-ops to know that it doesn't take, like thousands and thousands of dollars to make a difference, to implement some changes in their co-op. So I just wanted to add that, that there's small amounts, there's just like small initiatives that can make a big difference as well, and that the co-op movement is always open to to these ideas and to work in solidarity. So just and it's just a reminder that that any small acts are possible. So some other housekeeping ideas to communicate. We are going to be meeting up for apéro at 5 o'clock, and the folks at Craftwork need to set up the room and put the chairs away, so we can go outside and mingle for about 20 to 30 minutes to give them a chance to set up the room. And I also invite the speakers and the moderators to come onto the stage, and we're going to take a group photo. So we'll do that afterwards. And I would like to invite, wait, I just want to make sure I didn't forget anything. No.
Site visits tomorrow.
Oh, the site visits, yes, very important. So tomorrow morning we are going to be meeting at 9 o'clock at outside of Zoll House, the guest house that most guests are staying at. And we're going to be dividing up into 3 groups because we're too numerous to all go to the same co-op. So we're going to have 3 groups that are going to be visiting 3 co-ops. So one is Fogo, which is an example of housing for temporary housing for refugees and students. And we'll also be visiting Autostrasse, which is a castle of some sort, the castle co-op, and then also we'll be visiting Zoll House as well, which is an example of integrated housing and businesses and a guest house, and in a very innovative and modern architecture, very lots of concrete, very modern. So that's 9 o'clock meeting at Zoll House tomorrow. And anything else? I'm just looking at my notes. So I mentioned the photo. Yeah, don't forget to fill out your evaluation when we send that out. Yeah, so I think that wraps it all up. So thank you to everyone who traveled from afar, and thank you to those who tuned in online. and to our panelists and moderators who took time out of their busy schedule to come here today and to share their knowledge and their experiences. I hope that you've taken away a lot of inspiration and a lot of information to bring back to your organizations where you come from, and that you can and share with them as well. I would like to invite Reto Klink from VBG to have some closing remarks.
The last 2 minutes, let's say.
Last 2 minutes.
You've stolen all my points. I mean, what should I say?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you can say some more thank yous to our sponsors and to organizers.
That's what I will do
Okay,
now.
all right. I leave it to Reto. Thank you.
What a day. For me, it was really impressive being here. I mean, I traveled from Zurich to Zurich, back to Zurich, and again to Zurich. But I'm not, I have no international point of view. So it was really, I have so many impressions during this day. It was really interesting for me. It was like a world travel for me. It really a huge travel, let's say. And Julie, you mentioned it. Was this the final remarks you did? Okay. You know, we met here, and I'm really proud that you were here. I must say that. It's not common. I mean, you had a long journey, some of you. So thank you to being here. But before you go, and you mentioned it, at the entrance you find just a small pocket or a small box, and in the box you will find seeds, flower seeds. And when you take care of the flower seeds, you will get branches of flowers. That's the idea. So just travel back, take out the box, and take care of it, and look back to Zurich and this symposium. Julie, you said that in 3 years, I don't know, maybe in 3 years, we're just gonna discuss that afterwards. For us as a small association, it's quite a journey getting here. I met Julie 18 months ago, maybe, but online, and the first time physically last Saturday. So it was really a long journey. I want to thank all the presenters. I just tried it. I took out this box. You see here? Oops. I just tried it. I took care of it. And what came out? Flowers. Just flowers. And I want to distribute these flowers now. We had 3 presenters, Socha, Leah, and Blaise. You're still here. So just one for you, one for Leah, and one for Socha. It's really a pleasure to have you here. So take them home, or just do whatever you want with these flowers. So many thanks. Yeah. Leah and Socha, can you come on the stage? Or are you still here? I don't know. I know that you cannot take this in the airplane, but it's just a little present. So again, it was an honor to have you here, all of you, and I hope that you will stay at the Apero, because I've heard that the food was a little bit, at lunchtime we had not much of food, but I hope that Apero rich, that this Apero will be rich, and I thank you again. See you then.